scope and sequence and all that stuff now that they never did before. Why did they care? Why are they doing it? I'm going to call on my guys because, first of all, I like guys in counseling. Robbie, thank you for being a guy in counseling. I really appreciate our men being men. So, tell me why. Why do they want teachers to evaluate what they do? Why does it matter? Why can't a teacher who's an expert in English walk in and teach his own English class without somebody having to tell him what to teach and when? Why not? Why can't I just teach what I want? I'm a teacher. I should teach what I want. It's my classroom. It's my real estate. It's my kids. It's my desk. Why can't I teach what I want? It's tax dollars. So what has happened recently in education, I see? They have to use data. Do they have to use techniques called drilling down now? And it's not for oil in Alaska? Is that not a funny joke here? Can I say that? I will not say that. I don't know how you get your oil here, actually. Because it's kind of probably hard with the ice and all. That works when I was in Texas. I used to work in Long Beach. Drill there. So they want drilling down, right? They're doing benchmark assessments, right? They're doing scope and sequence, pacing charts. Are these terms you hear teachers kind of talking about and cussing at the same time? Right? Okay. How many of those practices have become part of your practice? How many of you are doing that in your school counseling program? Can you share with me an example of a way you've done anything like that? Just off the cuff.
The ASC, SEL standards, my lessons address that.
Okay, so you have now scope and sequence. You're showing how you're connecting standards. You have common assessments for your students. It's okay if you're not there yet. Huh?
I'm working on assessments.
You're working on assessments. That's why you're here probably. We're talking about that today. Anyone else want to share what they're doing that's like teaching?
Yeah.
What happens if they don't show growth?
I'll take you into position.
Tell us more. I want anybody really know this? Do you really know? You want to look it up when you find it on the internet? Read it to me. Seriously, I want to know that. Because if they're saying to you that teachers have to show improvement to keep their positions, what's not far behind? Termination, yes. Now, here's the challenge for our profession. We've been wanting to be an integral part of the total educational program for student success for decades, yes? Isn't one of our biggest complaints that we're not included, right? They have these big decisions and they make all these choices. They don't include us. They don't invite us to the table. We're not considered in the policies, practices, right? They do stuff to us, not with us, right? So, how many of you have benchmarks, pacing charts, common assessments? How many of you have your job need to be based on student growth? So, are we inside education or are we outside education? If you had to guess, and you're a legislator, and I just presented you for the last 10 minutes of this conversation, what would they think? And therein lies our huge problem. Because if we're educators, we have to act like educators. And if we're mental health providers, then we don't owe the school any outcome data based on anything connected to school. We dipstick our solutions and our outcomes based on our students' mental health and in our assessment of that as we work with them, correct? So if we're in schools, all of what teachers are asked to do, principals are asked to do, needs to be part of what we do. Now, how many of you really think we're doing that anywhere? Anyone feel like they really are in their school? Are they anywhere along the path, like from 0 to 100 on this? Yes? Please? How far along are you? Like if the teachers are over here, like the goal's 100, they're probably at what, 50, 60, 70? I don't know, I'm guessing. Where are you at? So you're doing this with your teachers?
I'm doing it in my counseling program with the students.
Right, so that you're using the kind of common language, the same types of things, so creating benchmarks, accountability, creating SMART goals.
Data, show evidence.
So do the teachers ever share their results with the whole faculty?
No, I do.
You do. You share yours with the whole faculty? Okay. So, I don't know how many more folks we have in the room, like whose name you are? Natalie. Natalie, what, were you always doing this or is this a new thing? What made you change?
Last year.
This is the school counselor of the year.
Last year.
Last year. So, when did you start this way from your program, or did you make some sort of one day, like a light bulb went on?
I looked at the national model. I didn't know what I was doing on my.
So you're one of those super pilots.
No.
You got your own plane and said, I'm going.
Who wants to go with me?
Who wants to go with me? I'm going down the road, right? So here's what we have in the nation right now. We do have little pockets of places where people are flying their own planes, but what we don't have is our fleet of counselors together. Does that make sense? Everybody's kind of trying to wing it. Oh God, that's perfect. Isn't that? I love that. You're winging it, right? Because you're on your own. Like you don't have a cadre of a whole state moving in the same direction, right? So one of the reasons that Tracy asked me to come today is to say, can we begin to create a cadre of people who care enough about this to come and spend a whole day doing it? Some of you are going, oh shoot, am I on a list? Well, you can opt off, but you did buy the ticket on this airplane today. So choose your space in the plane, pilot, passenger, prisoner, hopefully not a hijacker. I like it if you are, stay out of cockpit. But some of you might be close to the emergency drawer, like, yes, in case of emergency, I'll help out, but really, I don't want to do more than that, you know. Some of you will be sitting next to the grumpy or crying baby thing along this way. But we're on this plane together all day today, until 4:30, right? And we'll have lunch served at noon. Some served on your own at noon. It's just like the flights these days. I have to pay my own lunch anyway. I have my credit card. It's all right. It's the same. Water. That's all you get for free anymore. So I wanted to just share with you that you're beginning something, and it's a journey. And I think that, you know, if you like this flight and you want to fly again, we'll talk about moving this group or as many in this group that want to forward again. Starting with this as leg one of whatever, and then maybe coming back again and doing more. I have grandbabies in Seattle, and you're not that far. So I want to share with you that when we wrote the model, what we realized right away was that you've got now, 10 years later, a whole bunch of people out there who care about data just like you do, who don't know what to do with it. It wasn't part of your training program. It wasn't part of how you got prepared as a school counselor. No one told you about data. And so here you are expected to do it, but it's really hard to learn it on your own when you have how many kids in your caseload? Let's hear it. 300, 400, 400. How many? 500, 418, 418. Do I hear 450? 450. Who's got 450? Anybody beat that? How many? 900. Are you elementary?
Yes.
Thank God, because I mean, not that elementary, you know, really, if you were high school, I'm just gonna like, you know, high school, we'd be in trouble, right? Okay, 900 at elementary. Anybody higher than 900? Okay, so good, there's hope, because I had more than that. You still did it. So I'm gonna show you how. But what we realized was that if people don't understand what the student competencies are and what students need to know and do, if they didn't understand their professional competencies, if they really didn't understand the program, there is no way we can ask you to go out and deliver, manage, and be accountable for a program. Fundamentally, we were asking counselors to jump in and use data without even knowing and understanding what the current competencies of today's school counselor are. Because the way I train new school counselors today is so fundamentally different than the way I was trained that I would not be able to do this job out of my program from 1987. Nobody talked to me about anything to do with teaching, learning, standards, benchmark. There was no education in my school counseling degree. It was mental health. In fact, when I came out, I could have been an MFT. If I didn't want to do all those hours and carry a beeper, but I had kids, I'm like, no. I went to summers with my babies. So, these are the current school counselor competencies. I don't know if you have samples of those or not. They had them out front. I have them here to make sure you have them too. But as we think about our day and how everything we're going to do, we have all day together fits, I want you to know so that you have something in your hand to share with your administrators and others who are not here, that there's not some crazy lady, although I am kind of crazy, talking about data out of nowhere with no connection to why we're doing this. Everything I'm going to be teaching you aligns with the national organization's competencies. And as you look at the competencies, it says that this is for counselors to assess their own competencies. It's for you to appropriately formulate a professional development plan. It should guide administrators into what they should know about their role and to develop a meaningful school counselor performance evaluation instead of a teacher evaluation. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Really. And thirdly, it should help. Oh, what's that about? I don't know what I did there. And thirdly, it should help school counselor educators know what it is they're supposed to teach. Right, now how many of you in this room are a school counselor educator? Are you? Can you stand, please? Who's teaching adjunct or faculty at a university here in Alaska? Yeah, you've got to stand now. I need to say thank you to you. Who's teaching at adjunct, online, anywhere? Come on, make her stand.
No, I heard you wrong. I do not teach.
Okay. Who is a counselor educator? Can you stand, please? Where do you teach at?
Oh, yeah.
UAF, so you teach the school counseling program?
I
Did you really? What's your first name?
Christy.
Christy? Thank you for coming. She's got her. Thank you. Christy, do you know how hard it is to get counselor educators to give a darn on school counselors these days? Most school counselor educators don't understand our role. The fact that you're supporting this and them today, thank you. Thank you. Because the future school counselors you train will now benefit from it, and the message you send to others is that you're not just a counselor educator, you are a school counselor educator as well, and you're committed to this, and I appreciate you being here. And if at any time you want to school me on something I'm getting wrong with here, I want to know. And I want to talk to you about your dissertation and your study and your work. I do, I want to learn from you too. I'm sure there's a lot that you can teach me about how to support the counselors up here. So in this document, as you go back, I'm going to start today with this very clearly because I want you to know what everything we're talking about is grounded in. So it talks here about the counseling programs, and you'll see that it has the knowledge and skills and abilities. And then here's the foundation, you see? Here's the foundation. So underneath the foundation, it tells you all of the things that school counselors need to know and be able to do. And if we were to take an hour, we could go through here and highlight every piece of this that talks about how we use data. And how we use data to organize our program, and to evaluate our program, and to manage our program, and to anticipate program needs. There's so much in here that if we have time, we'll do a little exercise where we stop and divide up the room and people can start highlighting. But I want you, for those of you who need to multitask, you can do it while I'm talking, it's fine. There's everything that I talk about, it's in the text, it's in here. And what I tried to do with the text was just give you examples and samples of how you do it. Because you need samples and examples. You need to be able to see how is this really done. So, in addition to the competencies, we also have ethical guidelines. And one of the ones that's the most for counselors in places where I train, and we may get to this today or we'll get to it tomorrow in the College and Career Readiness one, is the expectation that the school counselor today will be utilizing data to address opportunity and attainment and achievement gaps. And how do you go about becoming the kind of school counselor that has a courageous voice, who can address policy, practice, and procedures issues, who can challenge existing gatekeeping issues, and do that using data? Is a very difficult thing to do. These systems have been in place in schools for many years. They're very highly traditionalized. They're very highly held by people who guard their master schedule building practices like it's a vault. And they save their 5 periods of days I teach before lunch so that I can go home at 12:30 because that's the way I've always done it. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. As we'll talk about tomorrow and maybe a little bit today, if the profession is going to be able to sustain itself, there are many of us who believe that this work here will be how that happens. Because in many places, school counselors are being outsourced. In many places, counselors are being replaced by others who can do pieces of the work we do. Which leaves us to say, what is the central role of the professional school counselor today? And if they eliminated all school counselors from a school, what would be the central function that no longer exists for students? And I would argue to say that there are probably programs that can schedule students. There are avatars that can teach guidance curriculum, right? I mean, I just had to take, I was 3 months overdue and got my 17th notice from the chancellor now, and I said, see, I'm still in trouble. I hadn't finished some online, I don't know, something like a traffic school thing I have to do. That around, conflicts of interest, and, whenever you go to university, you do trainings, like, you gotta take one of these online 1-unit thingies that says you know the rules, if you mess up, they can tell you, look, you do, They can make those kinds of programs like traffic school online for students to learn about the college requirements, can't they? Can't they make them just take them through online class? They can teach conflict resolution that way. They can teach a lot of what you teach that way. What they can't do, I don't believe, is serve as the leader, advocate, systems change agent. Chris is that the right, Chris, can you hear okay? Yeah. If you don't want to be in any of this video that he's doing, because he's focused just on me. Go on before that. Leader, advocate, systems change agent. The voice of courage for the underrepresented, underserved, and underperforming. To be the champion for those who have traditionally been marginalized and who have always received the least. Because when I think about the work of a school counselor, when I think about the passion that drives us to be that child advocate, there's nobody in this room that wouldn't stay at school as long as it took for a police officer to show up to take care of a kid who was a victim of child abuse. Isn't that true? If you knew a kid was afraid to go home at night because they were being abused, and you knew that that child wasn't safe, I know 100% of you would do whatever it took to wait out however long it took for someone to get there to make sure that kid was safe, and you wouldn't send them home. Please tell me that's true. So what's that called? What is that in you that drives you to be a champion for students who are victims of abuse? Passion. Passion, what else? Write that down. We're going to come back to those words. Passion, what else? Heart. Heart, what else? How about ethics? How about your ethical guidelines that tell you that you can't just, that you're the student advocate, yes? Of course, you knew that when you took on the saying you wanted to be a school counselor. You knew you'd be a student advocate. All the ethics really did for most of you is validate what you already came to the profession to do, right? You already had hard for kids, right? I mean, that's why you did it. No child will suffer on your watch if you can help it, yes? Right. So, help me understand how it came to be that there's no question any school counselor, and please don't accept this as a criticism, it's just a reality. And if the shoe doesn't fit, just take it off. As long as it's the new sock today, you should be fine. Because I'm going to say some stuff that may not fit for you, but it fits for some of our professionals and some of our school counselors. And I, by the way, separate those two in my mind from time to time. Because just because you are a school counselor doesn't mean you're a professional school counselor. We'll talk about that later, too. In case I forget it, Tracy, write it down and ask me the definition later. Whatever drives us to have a non-negotiable behavior around children who are hurt and to protect them. If that doesn't transfer into addressing the institutional racism in our schools, then who else will stand for those children? Because the abuse that some children are receiving isn't physical. It is emotional and it's academic, and equally as damaging to their future economic potential. A child who is a victim of child abuse suffers in many ways that will impact their ability to achieve. But so does a child who is not given the opportunity to take rigorous courses, or who is told they have to go into this extra, I don't know, green or blue group because whatever how you get that group's there. Or there's rules and prerequisites that deny certain students access and opportunity to an honors or an AP course, or being told that, sorry, too many kids in the class, you don't look like your college material, you can't take the class. Throughout today and tomorrow, we'll have multiple conversations around these kinds of things, but this ethical guideline is new for most people, and if you didn't have it in your program, this ethical guideline says that it's our job, our ethical requirement to ensure, not support, encourage, align, ensure academic career post-secondary access and opportunities for all students through the use of data to help close the achievement gaps and the opportunity gaps. That's a big responsibility. And that's something I don't know who else in the building is better prepared to do than you. Because who had the conflict skills and training? Who learned how to listen? Who's learned how to do restorative justice and practices? You are the ones who have had those conversations, and this is a big charge the American School Counseling Association is putting on us. And it was our colleagues who created this, and there's many more in the ethics. So everything I talk about in the data today has to do with addressing the Ask the Model piece, and I will go back one more time because we didn't do this yet, to say that if we know what our program focus is, and we'll talk about that as SMART goals, if we know that our students have competencies, and we have handouts for that too, and if you know your professional competencies, and I just gave that to you, then you're ready to have a foundation for your program. If we don't have a foundation for our program where we know our competencies, our student needs, then this becomes random acts of school counseling, right? So there's a lot of places I go where counselors are delivering a whole lot of curriculum and material, and they'll pull out their action plan and they'll have all it there, and I'm saying, that's great, but how does it align with your SMART goals? And where are you addressing your equity access issues? Oh, I teach curriculum on this, and I teach curriculum on that, and that's great, I'm glad we're teaching curriculum. I mean, for some places that's a big leap. But how are we deciding what curriculum to teach? How is it aligned to our program focus? How does it align with our professional competencies? So what direct services do we provide and indirect services? How do we manage it with our time, our talent, our calendars, our data? And then you see these two arrows focus here into accountability. How do we measure the impact? How do we report the impact? And then this arrow that comes down here, so that what you have is, let's see if I can do it. You have a program improvement model. You see? Can you see it? I couldn't see it. I had to blink like 5 times when they first gave it to us. And it's one of those things you gotta blink and see it. As your data and your accountability does not align with what your SMART goals are, or what your competencies are, or what you're trying to, your student mindsets are, then something has to change. So sometimes what has to change is that the delivery system has to be revised because maybe we're not teaching it in a way that's effective. Sometimes our management system has to change because maybe we're not calendaring at the right time of year, and maybe we should teach it earlier in the year to address an issue. But sometimes the issues are about leadership, advocacy, collaboration, and systemic change. Sometimes you'll find as we talk today and tomorrow that these are not kid issues at all. And in fact, more curriculum won't solve it. And more interventions one-on-one or in small groups won't solve it. And in fact, we want you to use data to address the leadership, advocacy, systemic change issues that actually are the problem in the school, like the district I just went to where they're suffering because they eliminated their credit recovery program. So think about the impact of that on students. You can teach all the curriculum you want about the importance of knowing grant requirements, and you can talk to kids about feelings and study skills all day long. But if there's no credit recovery program, really? Okay, do you see what I mean? So in an elementary, you can talk about anger management and iMessages and conflict resolution all day long. But if you have different discipline standards in every single classroom, and you don't have consistency among principals about what you do about data, you don't have a PBIS program, there's no consistency about program practice procedure, then it's a random act of kid intervention for you. And that's when we have to ask ourselves, what is our role as a leader, advocate, systems change agent? Before you can do any of that, though, we're going to have to talk about the data. So all of this has been about helping you to begin to frame, why is it that I wrote this book? And it's because when I went into district to training, they needed hands-on stuff. They needed to process through and think it through. And by taking little bite-sized pieces of what we're going to do today and beginning to try to implement a few things, the counselors began to gain confidence in how to look at data, use data, analyze data, so that they could actively say, look, we have taught this curriculum and we know kids know it. We have done interventions for kids and we understand that those interventions are working. But now we know that the issue is bigger than our kids, it's our system. And this is when the counselors, what's that quote? If you used to take the job, what is it that the devil is selling against your job if you choose to take it? There's some quote there. If you choose to accept it, the next level of this work is standing on top of the data and outcomes of the curriculum, standing on top of the intervention data and saying, despite all of this, the system is broken for kids. Does this make sense? How many system problems do you see every day that you feel powerless to resolve? Anyone? Yeah. Okay. Part of the powerlessness comes from, and I'm being general again, if it doesn't fit, please remove it, but it comes from the fact that unless you have done some of the work that teachers do, and implemented curriculum, done your assessments, earned your stripes, so to speak, as an educator, it's very hard to enter those conversations with other seasoned educators to challenge them on their gatekeeping program policies, practices, and procedures. Does that make sense? They're gonna be like, well, what do you know? What have you taught? You right? How do you know this? Are you a teacher? You don't know what it's like to be in the classroom teaching all these kids every day. Well, as a matter of fact, I do, because I teach curriculum to 9th graders all around what's it mean to be in 9th grade. And yes, once you have earned your stripes as an instructor, and yes, I evaluate the impact, and yes, I use that data to improve my practice, just like you do. As you garner that additional educator respect, there's more respect inside the room where they want to make changes and they want you there. And this means we've got to scaffold this. There are so many other pieces that are going to influence today's training. I don't know if you're aware of this document. It's by Farrington. If you were to Google, I don't know if you have access to Google in here, but if you were to Google how adolescents learn, in Farrington, how adolescents learn, part of the challenge for academic performance, particularly for adolescents, is this entire sociocultural context within which they learn. And this new research is part of what led to these new academic mindsets that Aspen now has out. And you may or may not be familiar with them, but here they are, and we can pass these out as well, so people have a copy. There's more probably up front. Everything we talk about today as we talk about data I want you to consider all of the sociocultural context of the school and the classroom context, how that impacts the mindset of students, how we impact the social skills, the academic perseverance, the learning strategies, how all of these lead to the academic behaviors and academic performance. Who better to do all of that up there than a school counselor, right? I mean, the teachers are here, you're this. This social cultural context that is new research in education is a beautiful thing for school counselors if we choose to embrace this as part of our responsibility. So as we talk about data today, I'll share with you examples of how you can incorporate this into your work. Specifically for those of you in middle and elementary school, these are the areas here, the learning strategies. And we'll talk about how you can measure using data learning strategies. And show how when you measure your learning strategies, study skills, metacognitive, self-regulated, you're supporting academic perseverance, academic behaviors, and academic performance. These pictures are in the text. They're somewhere in chapter 6, and I can get you the pages later. But I would encourage you, if you're beginning to shift your program and you want to educate your faculty and your staff about the direction you're headed in school counseling, to use this document, to use the article, to share this research with your faculty. It will support all the curriculum that you're trying to do and the interventions you're doing, particularly in elementary. How many of you have read this before? You've seen it? Anyone? It's really, 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 really terrific stuff. And I would totally download it and have it move on. The other thing that we're going to use today to frame our understanding of our day is this RTI model approach. How many of you are using an RTI model approach at your school? Terrific. Okay. So, essentially, what it means is there are performance-based instructions for students that teachers do, yes? Like teachers, then we also need ours. If we're going to work in a school, then it means we do school things. I'd like us to use school language, not counselor language, believe it or not. We can have counselor language in here, but I've come to learn as I go to different states, they use different language. Some call them power standards, some call them, different things, benchmarks. What do they call the instructional learning minimum standards in your school, district, or state? Does anyone want to share what those are?
Say that again?
What do they call your student minimum content standards in your state?
AMPS. The last measure of progress.
Thank you, your AMPS. Okay, so your teachers know what their AMPS are.
Not yet. We just had our first standard.
What would be in an AMP? Like, would it say that multiplication tables is in third
No, just our standards, that's right.
Okay, so how do teachers know what to teach? Do you have Alaska standards? Could you like pull up the Alaska standards and like it would say that we teach state capitals in this grade and we do? Okay, right? So someone in here could do that. All right, so who wants to volunteer, please do that because that'll be good for us to have. What, can you pull up the Alaska standards from the school counseling program? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We're looking at Danielson. Danielson came out with a new framework. But not every district.
So is that a district thing or a state thing?
This just came out this fall, but they've been talking about your principals, and they've been talking to
Cool. So if the state is using Danielson, good idea for you to use Danielson. If it's a district thing, then you have to think about that.
Each district will be different.
Great. So then, as a state association, and how many of you are involved in state association work? Come on, if you're not yet, hopefully a lot more will be volunteer. Wouldn't it be cool if the state association had some recommendation around this? Maybe through the lens of one or more? Good question?
When you say state association, are you talking about council?
Yes. The Alaska School Counselor Association.
So are you saying that trying to standardize?
Why not?
Yeah.
In lacking of a guideline, not a prescription, but a guideline, people will do random acts of school counseling and guidance in their school. People will do anger management maybe in second grade, some in fifth, some not at all. Right? Some students will get to learn about what are the high school requirements in 10th grade, some will get it in 6th grade, some won't get it at all. In lacking of a guideline, no counselor, administrator, parent, teacher, or anybody knows what anyone should, ought, must, might be encouraged to do at all. And so basically, we just don't exist. Because when you don't exist on paper, you are institutionally illegitimate. You're just institutionally illegitimate. And they lose respect for us. So what teachers have had to do was create performance-based so that no longer can a teacher just decide I'll teach whatever I want in my classroom. Even at the university level, they're having us do this now, believe it or not. So in school counseling, what will that minimum be? We will talk about that today. The next thing is, I'm just framing our day here, between performance-based and targeted intervention. How do students get from Tier 1 to Tier 2? Anyone have an example from their school where they've worked on it with their teachers and a kid went from Tier 1 to Tier 2? Yes? Okay, so could you stand for a second so people in the back can hear you? Great. So what school do you work at? Nikiski Middle High. And in Nikiski Middle High, how do students go from Tier 1 to Tier 2?
We have an intervention team or I team that meets once a week.
And how do they know when there's a kid they need to work on or with or think about or talk about?
Checking grades, referrals from teachers, or parents.
Okay, so is there like a little guideline that says if a kid X, then he comes to the team?
Yeah.
If he scores on this level of something?
Sometimes.
Okay, so
Sometimes it's not so much score-based, sometimes it's behavior-based.
okay, so he has one referral they come to the team, or is it 3? Or is it?
That, we're just kind of open to talking about any student.
Okay, so Nicole has a situation where they've got a structure of meeting on kids they're concerned about, and you can bring a kid you're concerned about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One idea. Next person. Does anyone have a structure where there's more data determination? Yes.
In our structure at one of my schools, we do, it's called SST.
A what?
An SST.
Yep, yep.
So we have a glyph on the computer. Teachers enter all the data from the assessments
Yep.
on the glyph, the original baseline data.
Mm-hmm.
And then that tells whether they're improving with progress monitoring and
Right.
which tool they're using.
Great.
And that determines then if they're meeting that now new percentage growth.
And if they're not, by some date, then there's a meeting of some sort,
Right.
because now you've determined that the progress monitoring isn't going in the right direction.
Right.
Let's get together and talk about it.
Yes, and so that's academics and behaviors thrown in there too.
Right.
So they're kind of together, so separated.
Okay.
Have to happen.
So as a teacher, know if I'm a brand new teacher and I just moved to Alaska and I went to your school and I know my kid, when do I refer them to your team? Is there a cheat sheet that tells me 5 absences or 4 behavior referrals or this score on a benchmark? Like, how do I know my recipe for to get help?
There's a score at my university.
There's a score.
There's
you put all the pieces in there and it makes a red light, green light, something?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone else have a score they use? Yes, sir.
Not a score, but absences is a high rate.
What's the number?
You go to like 6, you miss 6.
So once it's at 6,
then you're-
something happens. You never played the game Mousetrap? You know, if you don't put it together just right, what doesn't happen at the end? Right? If you don't connect all the pieces, the ball doesn't go through all the things and the mouse doesn't get trapped.
That's just one of them.
That's just one of theirs. Yes?
So I'm at SCAMFA, we have K through 12 in one building, but our 7 through 12 is upstairs. So our upstairs teachers call, we use a Google Doc. So basically what happens is all those teachers, and we have a foundations team, and what we'll do is that, like say they're caught with their cell phones, we have no electronics policy, well they got 7 periods, 7 different teachers. If they're caught 3 times, it automatically goes to a parent referral. And so what we do is, well, if one teacher catches them, was that only one time or is that the second time? So we use the Google Doc, and all behaviors that are also put on that. And our foundation teams, they can say, look, this child in 3 different classrooms has an issue with whatever it is, whether it's cell phone or whatever policy or whatever we're doing. And then that way the teachers can say, hey, and our foundations team can also say, we need to start working with this one. We need to start working with a child or something on what we need to do. So Google Doc works really well too.
So when you think about how a student in your school, if I'm a parent and I come in, and I'm new, I just moved here, how will my kid get help? Can you tell me that? Can you tell, yes?
So tier 2 for us, is anybody below the 25th percentile?
Can you say it really loud?
Tier 2 for us, is anybody below the 25th percentile?
That's a clean cut,
Yeah.
non-subjective, data-driven, and then,
And then we have what we call the local kids or the watch tier kids.
Uh-huh.
And they're the kids between 35 and 25 that we monitor,
okay,
frequent monitor.
uh-huh.
Everybody that's in the tier 2 group has weekly progress monitoring.
So you could write on a piece of paper for me,
Everything.
here's what they get, if you're 25%, they get this, we monitor this. What do you got for over here for school counseling? How do kids go from in a classroom into your intervention currently? And let's just tell the truth. How does a kid get from tier 1 to tier 2 in school counseling? Come on, let's just own it.
So,
We're not going to judge here, it's a safe space.
that's what you're so in one of the systems I'm in, it is, if they're not, we have school-wide behavior expectations. If that student is not able to adhere to those or is having trouble with those existing, then we're doing a tier 2.
Yeah, but who decides what that is?
Usually the SST team.
Who?
SST team and teacher conversations and parents. Because if it's a group, the parents has to sign permission.
Okay. All right, how do you do it?
So what we did is, our school district is part of PBIS, so what they had us do was come up with our tier 1s, tier 2s, and we only have tier 3. Anything that's tier 1 means teacher needs to handle it on their own. Anything tier 2 or tier 3 is on the back of an office referral form. That student automatically comes down, and then it's based off of, do they need to come see me because it's behavior?
But how does a teacher know when to refer to the second tier?
It's listed on the back of the referral form. So anything else needs to be, it means the teacher needs to handle it. Anything that's on that list, then will be sent to the office. It'll be either sent to the counselor or disciplined with the principal. So that's only our tier 2s.
And that's all for behavior.
Well, true.
How about attendance? How about study skills? Kids who don't do homework?
So
How do you get those kids?
So attendance through our school automatically on their 3rd missing day.
You got a system for attendance. How about kids who don't do work skill study habits? Say it real loud because let's just have fun saying it.
It's just the kids that oftentimes teachers are tired of.
Let's say that again.
I mean, that's
Just tell the truth. Why not own the truth? But you're the pilots who are here today to say, we're not happy with how it's working. You wouldn't show up and spend the whole day here trying to do it new ways. So let's just talk about what it is, and we have a place to move forward now, right? So you're saying random acts of referral,
very good.
right? How many of you is that the case? Random acts of teacher referral, or parent referral, or principal referral, or student referral? Yes. Okay. So now these issues here, which are absolutely vital when they come in, when they go out, what you provide. It is all completely random. Yes? Yes. So take a deep breath in and out. Now, let's just tell them that's it. Is there judgment? Gosh, I hope not. Because we're going to be trained to do it any differently. Have you been doing it the best you can? Have you been evaluated by principals for years who say you're doing a great job? So, right? Okay. So it's not like you've been told for 20 years to do it differently and you just chose not to. Like, you're here because this is new, and we got to figure out how to do this. Because if you look at this research and you look at that research, you know that if there's not a system of support, a mechanism whereby these things happen for students, this random acts of intervention will not support student achievement, and we will perpetuate the problem we have as being excluded from inside education. We will not be seen as an integral part of the total educational program for student success, and not included in policies, practices, procedures, and not be called on for policy or curriculum change. If we can show, however, that what we do supports, contributes through data, through outcomes, through setting up a similar structure, and we professionalize ourselves by acting in a professional way, which, by the way, you're going to want to know what that is later. We'll get there. Well, I'll just tell you, it's this. This is the professional way, right? Because these are our competencies, right? So if we act professionally and we're doing these things, the role of a counselor, and we have them all, this is our profession. If we do that and show outcomes, we're golden. And I guarantee you this works because I have seen it in too many districts I work with, where school counselors with no program policy, practice, procedure at all came in, changed the way they did business, and now not only are they integral and revered, but they have hired more. Because they don't know what they do without these people. They've got the right people now doing this work. But it's not the way I was trained when I first came in. When I first came to be a school counselor, that's funny, that other little picture's not showing up, but I really want you to see it. It's so cute. And I had to go in here, and I'm going to get that little picture and pull it down really small, because he's such a cute little boy, that one. There, we'll just see if that works. There we go. This Tim isn't he cute, but you can't see me now. I don't know what happened there. We're just going to fix our patience. That doesn't work, so we'll try that again. Ah, there we go. I'm looking really thin now. That doesn't work. I don't know. Is that working? I don't know how it changed. I think this morning I had a lot of trouble connecting these over. You get the idea. So in 1987, I became a school counselor. So funny, people ask, why did you become a school counselor? I think it matters why you started this work. And as much as we're going to talk about data, if I don't connect it to the why, it's not going to happen for you. You know, it's funny, when we ask kids to change their behavior, we say knowledge, attitudes, and skills. You can teach knowledge and skills all day long, but if the attitude piece isn't there, things don't happen, and that's why we belong to gyms we don't go to. Because we really, really, really have to believe it. So as we begin this morning, and I know I've been asking a lot of questions that kind of make you feel like, gosh, we really aren't there. But I know why I became a school counselor. I want to help kids. I was very fortunate to, be raised in a family where I felt loved. And yeah, we struggled in my family. There wasn't a lot of money for anything, but I had a home at least. A lot of people don't even have a house. And I felt loved. And I went to school. And even though my family loved me very much and I felt loved by them, at school I struggled because for whatever reason I didn't quite fit in. Can you imagine that? Got to see in conduct a lot. I don't know. I had opinions. I was, one of those kids that raises your hands a lot. And I wasn't into the boys. And I wanted to be friends with them. I didn't want to date them. I wanted to, be, I was all into everything. And I wasn't into playing with dolls. And I was into sports. And I was into learning. And I loved school. But I didn't really fit. I just did not fit well. I didn't quite know what to do with that. And I took it kind of personally, and could have used a school counselor at that time in my life. When you're feeling like you don't have a place that you fit or belong, you try to find other places to fit. You make choices you wish you hadn't made. You do things you look back on and say, if I had a counselor, I might have made a different choice right about that one. But, so, when I wasn't sure what I I was gonna do, I went to my counselor when I didn't like Spanish, and he said, well, what do you want to do? And I said, I love teaching, I love learning, I'd like to be the teacher. I'm tired of the fact she always says all the answers and I don't have them. And I want the book where, like, in the back of the book I have the answers like she does. I did, that's true. In multiplication, when she had the math book with the answers in the back, I want that book that has the answers. I wouldn't have to learn them. And he says, you don't need to take Spanish if you want to be a teacher, because you can go to Cal Poly Pomona and not do that. So instead of encouraging me or supporting me, or looking at any test scores, or finding out what my potential was, he said, you know, you don't need that, so just take these courses. You don't need calculus, you don't need pre-calc, you don't need any of these other courses. If you're going to be a teacher, be liberal studies major, you go to Cal Poly Pomona and be liberal studies major. Well, yeah, that sounds cool. So I did that. I thought I'd be a teacher. And then I got married at 19, had 3 children. When I went back to go to school, I realized that being a teacher was a lot more kids. I had 3 already. And I was like, no, that's a lot of kids. I think I like smaller groups. One-on-one, you know, I'm kind of used to that. And I've been listening to a lot of psychology and reading child development because I had children and I wanted to get into the behavioral space. So I looked to see how could I be a clinical psych or what could I do around counseling. And it turned out that with kids, the only way I could do a doctorate program was to go to school in the day and leave them, and I didn't want to leave them. But at night, 2 nights a week, I could go to this program and learn about school counseling. And when I got into that program, I thought, this is cool. I can do counseling, I can do psychology, I can do kids, almost my kids' age, I can be off in the summer, I can have Christmas off, I could do what I love, and that's my story of how I became a school counselor. It's not like I said I want to be a school counselor someday. It worked out, you know? But the why I stayed in it, and the why I've stayed in it all this career, when I certainly could have gone to the places after my doctorate to do superintendency or something else, is because of the difference I saw a counselor could make in the lives of the children we serve. The difference I made at those schools with 1,300 kids, how do you not do that work? I know that the difference we make matters, but at 2 schools with 1,300 kids, I was going to lose my mind. So the first time I used data was to get myself out of 2 schools and into 1. And I looked at the data and said, which grade level has the most referral problems? Which grade level is driving the principal crazy? Which grade level, like, do they need the most help in? And I said to both of them, I can't do it all. I'm going to go crazy. What's the greatest problem? They said 3rd grade. Like, they both, 3rd grade! We go from 20 to 30, they need multiplication, cursive, they got all these issues, the teachers are not, you know, they got to sit in a desk, not a round thing, like. So I put a lot of energy into 3rd grade, and guess what happened in 3rd grade? Teachers felt supported, students' behavior improved, student attendance improved. I didn't set out to collect the data. I collected the data after everyone said it was working. And then they said, can you do 4th and 5th? And I'm like, yeah, if I'm full-time. And somehow they found the money to be full-time at the school sites. I didn't pick data as my goal, objective, and outcome. I picked actually parental survival. Because at the end of the day, with 1,300 kids and 3 at home, I couldn't do it anymore. I was burning out. I needed to find a way to use data to survive that. So, while some people might have just left and gone somewhere else, I was seduced, I guess, by the difference I saw in the lives of the children I served. I wanted to make a difference, but not just a 1-layer difference, like a deeper difference. And the accidental data piece made that happen. Now, I tell you my story because I think it matters how I got here, and remembering that helps me when there are times when I struggle. And I want you now to take a minute and turn to your neighbor and tell them why you became a school counselor and what keeps you going in this when you struggle. Why did you pick this work? Why does it matter to you? What made this choice for you today? What's your why? What drives you? For me, I made this choice because if it stays in me what I've learned and what all my heroes and mentors have taught me and I don't share it with you, I think that's selfish. My why that I'm here is because Tracy asked me, I'm kind of when people ask me, I do things I'm asked to do. So, you know, that's why you count tests. We'll talk about that later. We do it because we want to. It drives me to make a difference and for you to make the difference, and I want to help you make it, like put the pebbles in the pond so you can do it, because I really want to help you get what you need the way others help me. and I want to know your hopes and dreams for what you want today. So I want to give you a little time. I don't have my watch up here, so I don't really know what time it is. 9:48. 9:48, good. Out there, we can't have that anymore. Kids can't have it anymore. Can't just have random acts of school counseling. There's too many kids that need it. So, I'm going to be quiet. And I want you to begin to talk with your table about your why, what drives you, why you're here, why this matters, and what you want out of today's training. Please take notes that we can refer back to so I can, anything you know you need, I need it up here so I can see it. Do you understand what I'm asking you to do? Okay. All right, so 12 minutes and I'll walk around and see how you're doing.
That everybody has.
Waiting for our final people to take their seats. So, all right, this is my Anchorage table in the middle. Are they my elementary counselors? This is my this is where I came from. Okay, so I'm going to start with you guys, because you're elementary and you're already kind of semi-bonded to titles that you don't know. You answer a lot of those questions. So, as you were talking at your table here, what is your why? Why did you choose data today? What's driving you? What are your hopes and dreams at the table? What came up for you? Who could speak on behalf of the things you talked about at your table?
We want to change the system. Yeah, we want to change.
Say more about that.
I would like to give ourselves
We want to make it more effective. So that
change our system, give our counseling department some focus.
Most people are chemically dependent on the top of their head to get rid of this stuff. And you like so much, you're getting it. It's all close. That's impressive. Don't let them call it gray. It's silver or platinum. Oh, that's even better. Okay, because there are credit cards that say silver and platinum. It's so much better name. Sterling. I love it. I will call mine. That's a piece of sterling somewhere. Okay, so your name's other than sterling.
Sasha Bass.
Sasha, thank you, Sasha. Can you talk a little bit about it? And by the way, I want to just remind you all, if any of you at any time say, I don't want anything I'm saying recorded, we'll cut it out. And then it gets produced, you have the approval. We'll have an approval sheet you sign. So, don't feel nervous. Okay?
We just talked about changing the system so that we can be less marginalized and make more of a difference for the students that we serve.
Can you share a little bit about what are the marginalization factors you're dealing with?
I think that we suffer from being stuck in like an old system of beliefs, and so there's a lot of patterns of what people think that we should be doing when we know that there's a better way.
So would you say that you feel like there's more of an external locus of control around your role right now than an internal locus of control? Definitely. So that you feel as though who you are when you come to school each day is, what percentage of that is within your control?
Hardly.
Really? Wow. And how many students each do you have? About? 900. One school or more? Two schools, you're split. And are those directives that are on paper in a job description, or is it just what's happened over time?
What's happened over time?
Okay. So if I were to, again, you can take the shoe off right if it doesn't fit, so don't personalize it. What percentage of this problem belongs to either the district, administration, the culture, the climate, the expectations for the school counselor? Do you have any sort of ideas around how that came to be? And where's the responsibility of how it got to the
Lack of leadership.
district? So you don't have a district-wide central office leader?
We do, I think it's lack of education and communication.
96, that's more. And now are you basically five Lone Rangers? All on your own?
Thinking bubble.
So is there directives that you're required to perform that are outside the role of the perfect school counselor, or just generalized expectations?
Generalized expectations.
So then what do we do when that happens is the question that I have. Pardon me?
Random acts counseling.
Random acts, yeah. And so what I think, right. So, okay, so what I hear you saying is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that over time, the program's kind of changed at elementary. And it's kind of morphed into something that's not what you would like it to be, what you thought it would be, or why you went into the work. Yes? Yes. So the why for you is now missing, I would imagine. the why for what you wanted to do, the why about why do I want to do this work is no longer the work you're doing if the work you're doing isn't what you went in to do.
Well, sort of.
So help us.
That's good.
Pardon me?
Because part of the reason was, for me, was to work with children, and
Right.
I'm still doing that. It's just, it's just combobulated. It's all
It's
over
more
the
random,
board.
it's not organized.
Right, and each school that I'm at is different.
Very
It's
different, there's no
different.
consistency.
So it's really,
And it doesn't seem like it's always what's best for kids now.
Right.
Because of, there's just so many people involved.
So it doesn't sound like it's focused on what kids deserve to receive. It's more focused on what the adults are deciding they're going to get. All right, how many else in this room feel similarly? Is this a pervasive issue? All right, thank you for taking the risk to share that. We're going to talk about some ways to deal with that today. That'll be a big piece of what we do in the afternoon. Okay, anyone else want to share at their table what they talked about with their why before we move on? Anyone at this table comfortable sharing what you talked about with your why and what your hopes and dreams are and what you came to get?
Well,
Yes.
not necessarily the why, but I was thinking about what you're saying. You showed data to allow yourself to be full-time in one position. And I know my specific position is different than most everyone here, but I'm itinerant and I have 3 schools. And the numbers are small, but it's the whole random act of services, and I feel overwhelmed. And one of my sites has had 4 principals in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
So
So does it feel like every time you get a new principal in, they come with their idea of what it ought to be?
right, and they are the leaders, and that's their role. But it's also head spinning. Teachers also having their own ideas, because there are a few that are veterans who've been there for 9-10 years, which is good in the bush, and especially in our district, teachers who've been there that long. But then they have strong ideas, the principal has strong ideas, I have ideas, so working together has been a challenge.
So let me ask you this. Let's say you get a new principal, and they come in, and the new principal says, you know what? 9th grade teachers, we're no longer teaching algebra in our school. I just don't like it, don't think it's any fun, wasn't good at it myself, my algebra teacher sucked, so we're just gonna not do algebra anymore. How's about we just do geometry and statistics? And I think that's what we'll do. How would that go over at school? But the new principal came and said that's what they want. Why wouldn't that work? So let's say that you have foreign language in your schools. What foreign language do you teach at the high school?
Siberian,
German and French and Spanish. Okay, so new principal then said, I wasn't any good at French. My French teacher wasn't even learning French anymore. I'm doing French. It's going to be more Spanish. The principals just come in and do that?
Yes.
Yeah, they have. So for some things, though, they don't change. Some things are so integrated, so part of the whole, so foundational in the structure, that the principal wouldn't change them. When you think about a house, you think about the framing, the engineering behind a house. Every house has kitchen, bathroom, bedrooms. Some might have more bedrooms, some might have more bathrooms, but there are some minimal components, yes? So they wouldn't come in and build homes without bathrooms or kitchens, right? They just have certain structural things. What I'm trying to get us to imagine is what if school counseling was now in the school as foundational and structural as like a kitchen and a bathroom in a home, such that it isn't whether or not we have school counseling or that we teach curriculum, but maybe instead of 3 bedrooms we can have 5 bedrooms, or instead of 2 baths we have more baths, or maybe it's the color of the curtains, or do we have hardwood or carpeting, but it's not that we don't have a bedroom. But what I'm finding in school counseling is that the principals can come in, and for whatever reason, they can change a good 80% of a school counseling program, and maybe only 10 or 20% of any other core program. Does that make sense? You're nodding. Tell me, Carol, tell me why that's resonating with you.
I think it's the one job in a Well, because of the reasons we talked about earlier is why I think what you said. Earlier when we talked about the accountability and the standards and the consistency and all of that. But as far as, it's the only job that changes, that everybody else tells you how to do. It depends on who you work for at the time. Parents, the same way too. It's what their concept of what a counselor is.
So here's the challenge. What you're saying is that the program belongs to the person or the administrator or whoever has control.
You're the mercy, right? When
But
they
it
really
doesn't
don't-
belong to the students.
Right, and they really don't have a concept.
And so the program, when you leave, leaves with you or the principal. But the program itself isn't the program. In every other subject area in school, if an English teacher leaves, or a math teacher leaves, or a science teacher leaves, they don't stop teaching math, English, and science and say, forget that. We're just going to do all this woodworking and ceramics, and we're getting rid of math because our math teacher left. Or I don't like our math teacher, so we're not doing algebra anymore because I don't get along with them. But in school counseling, it's ancillary in its philosophy. Foundationally, unless you're core, you are expendable and manipulable. Yes? Yes?
But even core, at least for our district, we need people down because right now, because of this new mandate on the teachers and everything, they're focusing on math and English. I can tell you right now, our elementary right now is not focusing on social studies. That's
Right.
like, even if they don't even get a grade on that.
Right.
So core is.
So even with some other subject areas, but there's still something that isn't getting changed. So if you were to translate it into school counseling, maybe there's 8 lessons that you might normally teach, and a new person comes in, and now maybe because of what you're talking about, we don't need 8, we're going to do, but there's going to be 4 that are core. Like we're not getting rid of language, arts, and math. We're not getting rid of every 9th grader learns the high school graduation requirements. Like what's core?
Well, I like for what right now what they're doing is we took out all our entire first period is RTI English. And then we've got the core in between there, but our electives are gone. So our 7 periods now.
And this is what's happening. So you've got all over the country people trying to figure out how to fix systems by manipulating anything that's manipulatable, right? And where is school counseling? It's anything that's not tied down by law is expendable, right? And so when I go talk to administrators, I get very frustrated administrators. They'll say to me, look, I care about school counselors. I like school counseling. Here's my problem. I was a middle school principal at 3 different middle schools. And at the one middle school, they said, oh, we have this great conflict resolution program. We teach bully prevention. We do cyberbullying. We've got all the lessons, interventions. They're on the playground. They're, peace patrol. It's all happening, parent evening. And I thought that was cool. Then I went to the next school, and they didn't do any of that. At the next school, my counselor was doing a lot of career day stuff and career development stuff and Naviance and Recruiter or whatever it was, and they're getting a lot of interest inventories and all this. And I said, was that counselor doing the wrong thing? Or is this counselor doing the wrong thing? I kind of like them both, but they do completely different jobs. At least my algebra teacher teaches algebra. My English teacher teaches English. My chemistry teacher is indeed teaching chemistry, right? But some schools have earth science, and some schools have physics, some have, geology. You can have electives, and you can have core. I'm suggesting that as we think about our day-to-day, you begin to think about how could we reframe using the leverage of your state association. You're in a state association event, a lot of state association people here. How could you begin to reframe what could be considered core? Because you've got a lot of new people coming into this profession, into school counseling and into education, and administrators coming from teacher land who've never seen a counselor do anything. And if you don't have anything to give them about what the recommendation is about here's what all school counselors do at a minimum, and then here's the next level of it of things they could do also if you have a better ratio and space and time and support. But if I'm an administrator and there's no guideline, no instruction manual, nothing that tells me, I'm at the mercy of my school counselor to tell me what they think they ought to do when they're nice people, I like them, but everybody has a different opinion. It's like you're Mary Poppins in the bag of tricks. And everybody lays out their magic little carpet and sits on and says, "This is my program." It's not your program. It's the kids' program. So throughout today, I want us to think about what all kids deserve to receive. What do they need? Not what do we wish they had, not what's gravy, what's necessary. What is, no matter what, they deserve this because they breathe. And then what's extra? So, any other burning comments from your conversations prior to break that anyone would like to share with me before I move on into the next data piece? Just want to give you a chance to participate if you were excited to. Yes?
I'll just share that we were talking about the triangles and the tier 1, tier 2.
Yes.
And we have in our building an intervention team. And we bring random names to the table for various different reasons: academic, behavior, attendance, emotional issues. But I feel like we often just sit around and talk about those kids. And yes, I hate to say it, but when they're not my kid, I do feel like I'm sitting in a meeting for an hour, wasting my time talking about kids and not really getting anywhere with it. And I feel like sometimes our security people, administrators, they look at us as school counselors like we've had some magic course that tells us how to
waves
solve
your magic
problems.
wand, somehow you're going to fix
Right.
that.
So I told them, I don't have a magic wand. I can call these kids in and talk to them, but I don't ever feel like I'm being effective. And so I'm hoping.
Well, it's kind of like they expect you to be the emergency room doctor on call.
Yeah.
And what they're expecting is that when they bring the kid into the ER, that you're just going to fix it. When we all know, we've all been in the ER at times, and there are certain people who are in there with chronic illnesses that haven't been dealt with for many years, and somehow they're going to just expect that ER doctor to fix it. When, people haven't gone to regular checkups, haven't done their regular work, haven't taken, physical therapy pills, whatever they're supposed to do. They're here for the immediate crisis of solve this immediate problem. But the whole history and system around their physical health isn't being managed. So here's a situation where they want you to come and do that, give them a quick pill. But where's the whole structure, the foundation of what they should have already known, what they should have learned, and what file you could look into? So you've had all this preparation intervention, now we're here, this is next. That's what your regular doctor would do, yes? See, a regular doctor is the one you see every year, you take all these tests, right? And they have it in the file and do blood tests and mammograms for some of us and other things that make you cough for other people in the room. And, we get all that information and data so that when you come to your doctor, they have your data, right? Okay, so are we seen as more emergency room, or are we seen as like the internist? Does that make sense? The person that really looks at the whole file of the child and has years of experience supporting them and assisting them. When you think about us as professionals, we can't just be available at the beck and call for some random thing. You can't do that with your doctor. You can't do that with your dentist. You can't do that with any professional that you see and need an appointment. So we're going to talk also today about how we become professionals in terms of knowing what is the knowledge base upon which all of us should have, and what is the intervention ways that we do the work, but also how do we treat others how to treat us, to teach them how to treat us, not as emergency room people who are standing in the dam holding it up so it doesn't fall, right? And then you get all the elementary counselors together and they're all doing this hoping it doesn't fall. I would like us to consider going upstream and building a new dam. Let's create a blueprint for a new dam with a new structure of consistency so that it doesn't fall, so that you actually have something built. But before we do that, we have to talk data. So we've stalled long enough. And we're now going to talk data. Thank you for your comment. It is a part of our problem in our profession that we are seen as fire providers. You know that there are real estate agents that probably know more about data than we know about our data. And most real estate agents actually don't have master's degrees. But anybody sold a home recently or wanted to buy a home or did anything with a home? Yes? Did you interview a real estate agent?
We have one in our town.
One in your town. What do you hope they know? What data do you hope that one data that real estate agent knows? Do you hope they know what houses are worth?
Yeah, Alice knows everything. Like she can tell you about our school
probably more than I can, you know?
So what can your real estate agent tell you about the price of your home? What it might be worth? What direction it might be headed? Is this the kind of data you'd want from a real estate agent? Yeah. Would you want to know what they sold for last year and what they might sell for next year? You want to know how to improve your home so it might make more money? Okay, I can think of all the data trends that you want your real estate agent to know right now and not go back and say, I'm sorry, it's in my real estate agent owner's drawer, and they don't let me see that data. But this is what happens to school counselors. We're not seen as data experts. And while your home is a very precious commodity, children are your parents' precious commodity. And I would bet that we know less data than our real estate agent does. And our commodity that is precious is more precious than people's homes. What data do we hold ourselves accountable to? What data should we know? Well, there are examples and samples of all kinds of data that people collect. And I'm not going to tell you which ones you have to, should, ought, must, because I don't believe in shooting on yourself. So we're not going to be doing a lot of shooting on ourselves. But inside in chapter 4, there's an example on page 91 of some types of data that one elementary school decided they wanted to collect. A middle school said they'd collect, a high school said they'd collect, an alternative ed. And as they looked at the data and they were trying to figure out which data is best for elementary, middle, and high school, some of them wondered, should we be responsible at elementary for knowing post-secondary college rates? Isn't something counselors at elementary should know? And I would suggest that yes, that would be the case. Because every time you meet with a parent or a student whose child is struggling, every time you meet with them or you don't meet with them because they don't come, to know that a student who maybe is in that gender or ethnic group has a 20% chance of graduating college eligible, if you already know the trajectory for that child into the high school that they plan to go to has a 20% dropout rate for kids that have their gender and ethnicity, you can say to that parent, you know, your child is already struggling. Let me show you the chances that they currently have as an odds to graduate and graduate college eligible. So I'm here to tell you, if we don't do something now, your child's already at risk of not graduating, and now they've been selected for intervention. You see how that's a different conversation with the parent? What kind of confidence would a parent have if they knew the elementary counselor knew what the data was at middle and high school? How does that set them up to know and believe you're an expert? Do you want to change this to something that says that you are the expert? That what do the stat school counselors need to know? And maybe you don't need to have them all memorized in your head, but you need to know where to go to get them right away. You need to be able to say to somebody that the research says that kids who have X number of absences like this are less likely to graduate. Let's work together as a parent and a team to have this happen differently. So I'm not saying these are the correct ones to measure. I'm saying this is what one district did. You'll want to think about that in your district moving forward. Notice that they are divided into achievement-related and achievement. I'm going to talk to you in a moment about the differences between that. The difference between achievement and achievement-related. Because these achievement-related pieces support achievement, but they're not achievement themselves. You see, high school, there's a whole bunch of data they want you to have, isn't there? There are districts that have already done this work. If you look online at Denver Public Schools, they have one of the absolute best data in the world. I've never been to a district, and if you're sitting there, you get bored today, you want to multitask, go to Denver Public Schools, and you start looking at the data they own. Denver Public Schools owns data in all of these three areas: graduation success, student engagement, and post-secondary readiness. The data that they own comes under graduation, on-track graduation, credits, advanced courses, GPA. Look at this one, characteristics of a successful learner. I love that one. See that? Isn't that beautiful? There's your elementary support right there, right? Elementary and middle. You've got school climate, parent perceptions, college application rates. This is a wonderful example. And for each of these data elements, the school counselors have to be knowledgeable and show what are you doing to address that data. How is the work that you're performing supporting that data? Each year they collect SMART goals so that they can focus on an area. They don't want to measure everything, they'd lose their mind. But like I'll tell you today, and then I'll share again tomorrow, we'd like you to begin to measure something you do. Something that you begin to focus on where you can begin to think about, what area would I like to improve? What area would I like like to measure. Again, if you measure it all, you'll go nuts. There's too much out there. But there's some place you want to begin. I was working with a district just 2 days ago down in Southern California, and their greatest concern is the number of Fs they have in 9th grade. The number of Fs in 9th grade is just disgustingly abhorrent to them, and they know they have to address it. They also know their graduation and college going rate isn't great, but if they don't catch those 9th graders, this is never going to happen. So the whole group's working on how do we change the data in 9th grade, and the counselors are going to be a part of what are we going to do to support that work. So let me take you through the conceptual diagram and share with you the page that it's on. It's on page, sometimes you guys find it sooner than I do. It's my little evil plot to get you in the book, see? Open up the book. Page 82 would be where we are. Now, if you're familiar with the ASCA model, you know that they talk about competency attainment data, achievement-related and achievement data. They talk about process, perception, and results. And counselors get so confused on this, so I'm going to take as long as we need to go through it, and I'm going to ask you to tell me when you're ready to move on. So, are you all on the same page? You've got the page in front of you? But we're going to start with process data first. Process data is the kind of data that's the who, what, when, where, why, how data. It tells us what you're doing, when you're doing it, where you're doing it, how often you're doing it. So if you're teaching curriculum, for instance, then your process data would say who's receiving it. Let's say 6th graders are receiving it. What are they receiving? They're receiving a lesson in organizational test-taking strategies. When are they getting it? They're getting it in October for 2 weeks. Where are they getting it? They're getting it in their classrooms. How long are they getting it for? 2 lessons. Does that make sense? So the process data is like a recipe. It's like writing down all the ingredients that you need for what you're going to be cooking. And then you would deliver that lesson. The process data is like saying, here's my lesson plan. Here's my calendar, here's my plan, here's my content. This is the process data. So that if you were to leave and a new person were to come in and you had the process data there, the instructions, the lesson, they could jump in and they could teach it, yes? That would be the idea. Now, what's wrong with only process data? Well, if we only collect process data, then we have a whole bunch of lesson plans we leave, kind of like Second Step has lesson plans, right? You get taught Second Step, hey, you have steps to respect, right? Other things, you've got lesson plans. But so what? So you teach it. What difference does it make? So, when we wrote the ASCA model, we wanted to be able to bring in some of the research around how students learn. And Linda Darling-Hammond and many other researchers have used what we call the AKS, the Attitude, Knowledge, and Skills piece of it. The AKS is typically how it's mentioned, but I like to put it in Attitude, Skills, Knowledge because I like to say after you've taught a lesson, we should ask them what they've learned. What attitude, what skill, what knowledge. When I put it in the acronym ASK, it reminds me I'm teaching, but I should ask. If I walk out of my lesson and I don't ask them what they've learned and use all 3 areas, then they may have learned the knowledge of organizational skills, but they may not have demonstrated the skill, or they may not believe they need to use them. And as we all know, we've worked with kids who understand anger management, who can tell you that what the rules are in the school. They can probably say an iMessage. They might be able to demonstrate it, but if they don't believe that getting help or using an iMessage or conflict resolution skills will help them, they're still going to fight. Right? Isn't that the case? Just like the 10th graders when we talk to them about organized and getting into college prep courses. We can talk to them all day long about how to register. We can show them how to go online and do it. But if they don't believe they want to take that class, they're not going to sign up for it. So the belief has to go with the knowledge, has to go with the skill. The research says when all of these go together, you create the behavior change you want, as long as your systems are fine. We'll talk about systems in a minute. So competency attainment data is the information you want them to know. What do you want them to believe? What do you want them to be able to do? And what knowledge do you want them to have? When we think about creating competency attainment data elements that we will measure using perception data, do you follow? Competencies we attain, we're going to measure it with perception some data, pre-post, you have to ask yourself, what do I want my students to know, to do, and to believe? If you're going in the classroom to teach a lesson, you have to be able to answer those questions, or I'd just as soon you stay out of the instructional learning environment. Teachers are responsible to do this more and more these days. Many of them are asked to put their goals, objectives, and outcomes on the board. If we're not doing the same thing, we aren't educators, and they don't see us as educators. We can be the school counselor, but when we go into a classroom, we are teaching. And when we teach, we need to act like educators, teachers. Because you're not counseling the lesson, you're teaching the lesson. And if you reframe it and say, yeah, that's right, I'm not counseling my office, I might counsel in a small group, and I am teaching in front of, just like I am now. I'm not counseling with you, I'm teaching you, right? So my expectation for me is that the knowledge, attitudes, and skills you get are that you have the knowledge of how to use data, the skills to analyze some of this data and use it, and the belief that it's important. That would be my knowledge, attitudes, and skills. Of course, you'll demonstrate that when you leave by going out and doing some of that, I hope. So, if we have curriculum and we know what our recipe is, then we are going to measure the knowledge, attitudes, and skills. What we hope is that behavior will change. What we want counselors to think about every time they think of a lesson is what type of behavior do we hope shifts as a result of a lesson. Now, this doesn't say that things will happen overnight. I get that. But it does mean that we have to have some thoughtfulness around what type of data are you hoping to impact if all goes well. If they believe it, if they do it, if they start to demonstrate that behavior, is there any data that might be impacted in that would be helpful in student achievement? To consider what that might be, here are some ideas. And we call this achievement-related data because it's not achievement, but it's related to achievement. Research tells us that when students do better in attending and behavior and homework completion, when they act like students who utilize study strategies and who demonstrate being more organized and use their planners. These aren't the only achievement-related data point elements. There are many more, and we can brainstorm them. But there are a whole series of achievement-related behaviors that students can have that will support achievement. And this is hugely important for our elementary and middle school counselors. Because if we wait for students to show up over here with graduation rates as the outcome, elementary's got to wait about 6 years to see anything happen. That's just not going to work for them. So what we have to do is figure out how can we connect what we're going to do, our curriculum and our interventions, with the data that is collected in schools that supports student achievement. Does that make sense? So currently in your schools, what kind of data do you collect? And let's see if we can decide whether or not it's achievement-related or achievement data.
YRBS.
Okay, talk to me about YRBS for those of us who don't know what that is.
Use versus behavioral survey, so it shows what behaviors that kind of make my tummy turn over that students might be engaged in.
Such as?
Smoking, promiscuous behaviors, bullying, fighting.
Right. Cyberbullying, drugs, alcohol, tobacco, all that. So the results of a youth behavior risk survey come right here.
Yeah.
And they are student self-reported behaviors, which is fine. They are self-reporting their behaviors of what they have done and what they plan to do. That is fundamentally different than this pre-post assessment. And I want to make sure you're clear on that. This is a pre-post within your lesson, and then this is the YRBS, and we call it the California Healthy Kids Survey, where we actually assess the same thing. Student-reported behaviors in drugs, alcohol, tobacco, violence, cyberbullying, and all those other types of student behaviors that support student achievement. So that's a great piece of data to have. If you're getting that for everyone in your schools, I encourage you strongly to utilize that, because that's the kind of data that has been, and I can prove it to you, that we have shifted in very large ways in districts where I've worked with elementary counselors, and we've changed the way we do business. And because of the shifts in there, in some places it went up 12 to 15 points. And they only wanted 5% improvement. And not only did they keep their counselors, they hired more. So you can make large large changes in youth behavior risk surveys if you look at your data, analyze it, and focus your resources on where your data needs more help. So great example. Can anyone think of another example of something that they might have access to for data in their school that would be an indicator of student behavior?
Climate survey?
The climate survey, yes. If you're not using youth behavior risk survey, you could use a climate survey, yes. Climate survey data talks about, again, similar types of things, how safe they feel on campus. These are assessments that we're giving them. They're different than a pre-post. Okay, it's about their experience of being bullied and having been harassed and admitting that they do harass others, that type of thing. Okay, yes?
You know, even though it's not pre-post, with both the behavioral survey and the climate and connectedness survey, in my building, and I'm in a middle school, every year we choose our two lowest responses. So this year it was, I feel that at least one staff member misses me when I'm gone for the climate and connectedness, and then for wire we have some cyberbullying stuff, and we make those our focus for the entire year. And we specifically gauge from year to year if our scores in those areas change. So we kind of make a conscious shift in behavior.
And that's exactly what we're looking for. That the counselors at each of your grade levels say, what data is accessible to me that I could look at? Because you may not all have the same data. And you may have data you don't even know exists that you haven't looked at. For instance, how many of you have after-school tutoring programs? Or, okay, so have you ever looked at the data to see whether or not students attended? Do they go to it? Do students who go tend to do better than those that don't? Just hold on to that as a piece of data. But it is a piece of data. How about student involvement? In middle and high school particularly, student involvement right here, very important data point. A lot of research that shows that students who are involved in clubs and sports and activities. We had a high school that did a whole 9th grade presentation on student engagement because only 30% of kids are involved in anything. And to address their 9th grade failure rate, they went in and did a lesson and said, okay, we're coming in this week. You're all going to get involved in something. Here's everything you can get involved in. You got a week to go sign up for something. And they had a whole list of them and they had to get something. And by the time they came back, they had like 85% of kids had signed up for something. Why did they do that? Because we know, research tells us, when kids are involved, they do better in school. There's all kinds of data that supports that. So if you're in your text right now, I'd like you to look at page 56 and 57. There's a whole list of things, with some research quotes underneath it, that are just a few samples of some of the data points you could look at. Anytime a school counselor, and elementary and middle particularly, are doing anything to support achievement-related data elements, you are supporting achievement because the research says that student achievement-related data supports achievement. You don't have to then go out and prove that. You get to just say it because it's true. Now, you're going to monitor achievement. You're going to be looking, like some counselors get really creative. Like they'll say, well, this year in 4th grade, we spent a whole lot of time improving school climate. School climate was improved incredibly in 4th grade. And then next year you might look and see, what was the growth rate of academics in 4th grade as compared to 5th grade? Because if you had a significant amount of improvement in climate in 4th grade, did it really make a difference? Did those 4th graders outperform the 4th graders the previous year? You can look, it's curious to see, you didn't set it up as a true research design, but it will provide you information. If you're finding, however, that you're doing an awful lot of work and you're not getting any shifts in academics at all, then there may be some different issues at play. Does that make sense? So for instance, if you're finding that no matter what you do, you're looking at GPAs, you've still got 80% of students failing one chemistry class, this is not a kid issue any longer. Sending them to tutoring is not going to help. Calling them in for small group counseling is not going to make the difference. That becomes a systems issue. So you have to really think about what are some of the other issues at play. So on page 56 and 57, you can see that those are some of the research spaces. Just so that you know, in the very back of the book, there's a whole list of other research findings that you might draw from. if you're interested to know what else might work. It starts about page 354. So now I'm going to have you look at page 59. And on page 59, I'm going to pull this. I'll just leave it on 59. So on page 59, we've taken I want you to imagine right here under 59, you've got the competency, you've got the achievement related, and you've got the achievement data. So notice that we want students to know about college prep requirements because we're hoping it will support increased course enrollment, and that will lead to completion of college prep. We're hoping that they believe it's important to come to school because we're hoping it will help with attendance. We're hoping that we demonstrate conflict resolution skills that will improve discipline referral rates or decrease them. But also know that just doing one of those in each area won't do it. To change the behavior, you have to have the knowledge, attitudes, and skills in each area. The idea being that when you enter the classroom and when you teach the lesson, you have thought this through. That you have a method to your madness, so to speak. Like we don't just randomly go in a class and teach. I was doing a training in one district where the counselor said that she was going into classrooms and teaching about date rate. Now, I'm not a proponent of date rate, but I pushed back hard on her for this and said, why are you interrupting instructional learning time with a lesson on date rate? 2 hours of it. I mean, how many kids have been victims of date rape anyway? Well, she said, well, none. Isn't that great? And I'm like, well, okay, but how many kids that don't attend school or who are bullying or are sexually harassed? And like, well, yeah, but this is what she got at a conference last week. And that's the lesson she went in with. And she probably had a personal issue. Who knows? We just can't walk into classrooms and teach random curriculum. If we don't show our professional educator colleagues that there's a thinking, a conceptual thought that went into link, what is our purpose? What's our goal? What's our outcome? What's it connected to? Then it doesn't garner us the respect as an educator. And we don't know where to measure results. Further, how do we intervene? If you take this conceptual diagram this way, and now you want to think about intervention, I was talking to you before about the 9th grade, 2 Fs or more. If a student has 2 Fs or more, that's what we're working with 9th grade, let's say. Then the question becomes, well, what is the reason they're getting Fs? Do they even know? Have we thought about it? Well, this is not what schools tend to do. They don't tend to ask. They tend to get the 2 Fs and then go over and stick them in tutoring, right? Or they stick them in another, what do you call it, a support class, or algebra plus class. Now they can fail them both. The challenge is that if we don't figure out what the barrier to learning is, then they're just going to continue to struggle. And as counselors, here's the art and the science. See, the reason I want to use data is because if you can think about it from a data perspective and combine that with your art of being a school counselor, then you're like a little Columbo CSI agent. Because those CSI agents use data, but they also use their genius, don't they? They have good ideas. Well, as school counselors, you do too. You have your instincts. You can feel stuff. Little red flags go off inside of you. You get visceral responses. It's part of our intuitive nature. When you're sitting with a kid who's failing, you ask them, what's going on? They say it's too hard. You're like, oh yeah, it might be, but I noticed you missed 57 classes. I think it might be hard if you miss 57 classes, So let's talk about that, But if it's too hard, the teacher's too hard, give me an easier teacher. That's not really the issue, is it? So you have to use the data and your skills and your art to really work with the students to say, okay, I'm noticing that homework's not something you're completing. What is it about homework? Do you not know how to organize your homework? You can look and see, like a doctor does looking through your case history. What was this student's behaviors back in elementary? Have they always had trouble with homework, or is this a new thing? If they've never had trouble ever, lots of O's and S's their whole career, and suddenly now, what's going on? This doesn't make sense, right? You do this with kids, don't you? You kind of look at the whole child and No wonder he's having trouble in high school. He went from having one teacher in 8th grade to 6 teachers and they can't handle it. But you get to look at the data to see that. What I want you to think about is, how do you think about it? Because I know you do it, but do you think it through the way you design what you do? So what if you were to pick out those, let's say, 9th graders, scoop them up, give them a survey, something like we've got here in the text. I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'll be doing a lot of that. Let's see. Let's look on page 122, where we have this wonderful little survey about what the students could be asked and say, what's your barrier? Is it attendance? Is it discipline? Is it the bottom of 122? What's going on for you? Let's say you survey those 50 kids with 2 Fs or more, and you realize for some of them it's work skill study habits, for some of them it's attendance, for some of them it's this. Then now what do you have? Now you get to say, okay guys, it's homework, got it. Do you not believe homework matters? That is a different intervention than, I don't know how to study, I don't know how to organize, I don't know how to use a planner. It's just too overwhelming for me, I can't take it all in. That's a different intervention. Or, I'm studying really hard, I got it written down, the work's just too hard for me. That's a different intervention. You see 3 different interventions? But it's the thinking that I want to talk about, the thoughtfulness that goes through your mind when you use the data to say, here's my 50 kids who are failing. I got, 22 of them that say it's homework, and I got 10 that are attendance, I got a bunch with parental issues, family issues we're going to have to talk about. Some of them are in the wrong class, right? Then, okay, what's going on for this kid on homework or attendance? Then we give an intervention. Now, that's kind of a little more thoughtful work. But isn't it what you want your doctor to do before they prescribe you medication? Would you really just want your doctor when you walk in and say, I don't feel like you're take a pill? Wouldn't it be a good idea if they ran a few tests and sort of asked you a few questions? And sort of, right? I noticed you haven't shown up for physical therapy for the last, I noticed you, all the things that they prescribed that weren't done, get at the real issue. Maybe it's not that the person, they come in when they got a backache. Okay, but we did physical therapy, but didn't know. Well, it turns out they're actually depressed. Well, that's a whole different issue, isn't it? Then let's give you a pill for your pain in your back, you see. As educators with master's degrees, how we use data and combine our art and our science together is magic for students. If we think about framing it that way. And the impact you can make is profound, and I can prove it. In districts where I've worked where counselors do this targeted, specific, data-driven interventions, they get huge changes, and I will have plenty of data to show you about that. To this morning, this first thing I want to do is ask you to, if this piece of this makes sense in terms of curriculum, what is it, why you're teaching what you're teaching, what you're trying to impact, interventions, how you would intervene, and the thoughtfulness about it. So what I want to do is pause for a moment, have you turn to your table mates, and ask yourselves, your table mates, what kind of data are you collecting? What are you collecting? What could you be collecting that you never thought about before? Take a minute, talk at your table, somebody writes it down, and then I'll ask you to share it. They'd like to collect, things they hadn't thought about that they're now thinking about. Can I get someone to share from the table back there? Oh, I'm going to need to bring my mic around, I think.
One of the things we discovered, there's 2 of us from the same district here, and we discovered that there's a lot of discrepancy even in implementation across schools within a district at the same grade level.
So what kind of data were you talking about that you're not collecting that you could be collecting that might help you with this?
One of the pieces that we identified was that the RTI model that the state is moving toward because they're doing a lot of that with PLCs at the grade level, at the different grade levels, that the counselors are being used to supervise classrooms while those conversations are taking place.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, so we're not part of the conversation and behavior space.
So here they are, let's just recap that. So while the teachers are working at creating RTI model data presentation and deciding what those elements will be, the counselors who should be central in that work are teaching the classes. So that's a disconnect, a major concern. So what else came up for you around that, what you might be thinking of doing or suggestions? Or are you just recognizing the problem? Okay, all right, we'll stop at that then. Another table, what kind of conversations did you have about data? What you're collecting, what you're not collecting, what you'd like to collect? Any thoughts from this table?
Oh, yes. Robbie was sharing that at one of the schools, he had a student mention how, and we're all Bush, Alaska people, a student had mentioned to him that they had like right at 300 different teachers during their educational career. Yes, rolling turnover. And so something that would certainly be in the attitude, affective domain thing, would be that. So that would be interesting. What is our students' stories by the time they get to their 10th, 11th, and 12th grade years? How many teachers have they had?
Yeah, that's a wonderful thing to think about, because in terms of their attitude and their commitment to learning and coming, I mean, every time they create a relationship and every time they connect and start to be connected to school, that person leaves. How do you maintain an investment for them in their education when their relationships have been so impacted, and how much is that impacting their ability to learn? So maybe assessments around their feelings and the contributing factors to their engagement. When you go back to that other article around engagement in the social cultural context, that is a fluid space for them then. There's nothing to count on. All right, anyone else talk about data, other data they're not collecting, they'd like to collect? Yes?
Mine's like a climate survey. Basically, I'll ask the teachers, especially from elementary, what behaviors are they seeing that they want me to, like, say, present, so that way the whole class is going. But the other one is then I'll have the students do the same survey, because maybe they're seeing something else that they want, they see that there's an issue.
So that brings up an important point. How do you decide what curriculum you're going to do, and who do you ask about that? So brings us to our next conversation, which will be around curriculum. If we're going to first start in looking at school-wide curriculum. How will we use data to decide what curriculum we should deliver? If we all agree and believe that all students should receive some sort of core curriculum because they breathe, what would it be? So how do teachers decide this? Teachers get together and they look at the big math book that's this thick, and they come up with extracting a certain percentage of the text that no matter what, they will guarantee students know. At least that's their goal, correct? Pardon me?
I just say they unpack their standards.
They unpack their standards. So what if, for school counselors, we unpacked our standards and began to talk about what will college knowledge be? Let's say this is a college and career one. We might talk about this tomorrow in that sense. What would that be? Or would all students get individual planning? Would all students get college knowledge? What would the sum level be? How would we design interventions? Well, how would we know which students got interventions? And then what would be the few? Or at elementary, what will all students get? Violence prevention curriculum, or conflict resolution training, which is spelled wrong, or targeted interventions or small groups. Like, how will this happen? As we think about this, I will show you a little video. It's kind of fun that one of my counselors created from a district I was working with. I hope this shows up well. Let's put it back on the beginning. Get the top slide. That would be good. On Tier 2, Tier 3, they talked about behavioral interventions. They want all students to be there, some here and a few there. And at the elementary, they had PBIS, second step, and support supervision. And in Tier 2, they had small group mentoring and PBIS checkout. And then in Tier 3, they had the data-driven individualized students with support. And that would be the top tier. so that as students come to school, this is adorable, they're in the green layer. But then as they meet a certain discipline referral or report card or attendance situation, they end up needing an intervention. Then some situations would require them to get additional intervention. But the idea being that with database decision making, we can increase the intensity of intervention, keep the intervention in place, and remove interventions so that some students will go up and some will come back down. It's this thinking about how do students enter the door of an intervention that is the consideration of this piece, whether it's elementary, middle, or high school. What would that look like? Isn't that adorable? Isn't that great? It led to a very nice conversation. So it begins, though, with curriculum. What kind of curriculum should all students receive? And if you're in the textbook, you know that in Chapter 1, there's a whole list in Chapter 1 of the types of curriculum that counselors can teach and students receive. Starts on page 27, goes through to middle school and high school. If we pause on page 31, just to give you an idea, you'll notice how the conceptual diagram leads into this conversation around these counselors made a decision that all students would receive this curriculum. They would all get a senior timeline. It's a PowerPoint. It'll happen on the 16th. It happens in government economics. And they're going to use as their two plays to collect data, pre-post survey on knowledge, attitudes, and skills, and then look at the number of students on target to graduate. For Naviance, they're going to be looking at the number of student completion of required items in Naviance. Are you familiar with Naviance? Okay. And then the number of students using Naviance. Because the more students that use it, the more likely they are to engage in that activity that supports achievement. For the FAFSA presentation, it's a pre-post around it and the number of FAFSAs completed. So what I hope you're noticing is that this curriculum follows this thinking across. Does that make sense? Your process data are all of these pieces on the left. This is all your who, what, when, where, why, how piece, right? And then here's your evaluation components. So I would tag these because if you're in elementary, yours, the really great ones are you start around page 33, 34, 35. When counselors put these kinds of systems in place, look at page 34 and 35. You can see by looking at this, everybody knows where that counselor is, what's happening, what the plan is. Your principal can come and go. And when they get there, you say to the principal, welcome to our school. So glad you're here. Let me share with you our guidance curriculum plan, the core curriculum that's been implemented for many years, and we can share with you the results of it. We'll get to that part later. But that this plan of action we have has been in place for many years. It's much harder for an administrator to change what is actually in place. When you have it in forms and you have it in the plan, it's on the internet, it's in a curriculum guide, it's in the brochure, the teachers have it, you have it, everyone's got it in the calendar, you have institutional legitimacy. Institutional legitimacy is when you have a program that's consistent and predictable, that people implement, that everyone knows. So what kind of institutional legitimacy do you already have? Let me give you an example. How about Red Ribbon Week? Is that an institutionally legitimate activity in your district? Do people do it the same week every year or month? Do you do Suicide Prevention Week? Do you? You know when is that?
September 2nd weekend.
Was it always September, whatever it was?
It is, but it's only if the school wants to do it.
Yeah. How about vision and hearing? Is there a vision and hearing thing that happens regularly? Does it happen at the same time every year? Is it on the calendar? How did that get there? What am I trying to get at? When things are in place, when the system when it's on the calendar and you have a plan and you're not winging it any longer. Your profession, and what students deserve to receive remains consistent so that you can come and go. This plan wouldn't belong to you. Who would it belong to? The school and the students who serve. Yes, question?
You've got to have room for those needs that, like you said earlier, there was the tobacco, the smoking wasn't a need, but the other thing was a need. So
right
for what the need is to moment too.
So herein lies part of the challenge. How do you share a need? How do you begin to tell people that you have the need? So when you think about curriculum, there's multiple ways that we can discuss the needs for curriculum. One of the ways to do it is to think about looking at your California Healthy Kids survey data or your Youth Behavior Risk survey data and looking at globally how are our students doing. If nobody's smoking, no one's drinking, I'm not sure we need to interrupt instructional learning time to do that yet. But if you have data that's saying system-wide, you have a lot of cyberbullying, you've got a lot of sexual harassment, it's more than pulling out a few kids it's going to solve, then this becomes a data-driven element for curriculum. But your curriculum should be based on a two-pronged approach. Two prongs. One is, what developmentally should every student know and be able to do? Secondly, what is our system-wide data telling us our students are struggling with, and we need to act? So, for instance, sexual harassment might not be something that you put in every middle school counselor's expectation because maybe it hasn't been a huge problem for your district and maybe it just isn't garnered the need to have that be a lesson. But maybe in another school it's a virus and now it's for a while it's going to be a curricular lesson. Does that make sense? We had students for a while who were doing a lot of sniffing of stuff. Became like a little new experiment they were doing. You can't keep pulling them out one by one for that. It's like, get in there and stop that stuff right now. It became curriculum. When the behavior was extinguished, we stopped. So if you're thinking about how do we determine what kind of curriculum, let's turn to page 1. An example would be on page 114, 115. So I did this with a district on page 114, 115 that was struggling because the district was struggling because they couldn't determine which kind of curriculum they wanted to do. I'm going to try to find this here. There it is. Is it there? Yeah. So this was one example of what they did. The counselors put all of the lessons that they thought would be important into something. Now they didn't say to teachers, hi, what would you like us to teach? Right? Because to give away that much control to teachers would not be a good idea. After all, you're the master's degree person. So I would hope that you developmentally would know, at a minimum, what are the kinds of things that students need to know and be able to do. So there's an example on the left for middle school, where in one middle school, this is true stories, I get most of the stuff from places I work with. We had budget cuts in California. They had been doing a lot of this curriculum, all of that, but they had to struggle with their budget and they had to cut down. So what they did was they asked the teachers to help them. Now, two political things happened when that happened. One is they let everybody know there's a budget cut. Number two, we're going to be doing less, right? Now you got to prioritize. And then the question becomes, well, wait a minute, who's going to teach them that, right? Okay, so you see how that is a marketing campaign as well as a diagnostic tool? Right. So if you're in elementary right now, you could either prescribe it or you could consider what are the developmental milestones that every child should know and be able to do. And I think, I don't know if there's any other districts here, I'm picking on Acres because I heard they're all in the middle right here, but all of your elementary counselors are together. You could decide to meet and say, and meet tomorrow maybe when we have our elementary one, or break time, you want to come? What should every kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth, if nothing else? And let's make sure that we don't do teasing, whining, tattling, and bickering in second and then in third again. Because really, if it's second, it's second. If it's third, it's third, When I was an elementary counselor, I had following directions in first, teasing, whining, tattling, and bickering second, anger management third, peer relationship, conflict resolution fourth, and then pure risky behavior stuff at fifth. Because that was my scaffolding of developmental movement for those grade levels. In career development, I had boy job, girl jobs, anybody can have a job kind of thing early on, right? And then you get into exploration about personalities and interest inventories, and you create a scaffolding through the grade levels of what students you would want to have, what kind of curriculum. Does that make sense? If as a team you can come up with a minimum of the number of lessons you believe that you want to have, then together as a team you could decide at a minimum we'll all agree on this many. And then based on your youth behavior risk survey, you might add a few more because your group needs different things. Does that make sense? So you might agree on 80% of the curriculum and 20% you add based on data. And that's exactly what we did. When I was in charge of 72 counselors in 32 schools and we sent out what lessons are you delivering, we got back over 250 lessons. And at the time, we were doing exactly what the teachers were doing. We were honing it down into what is every kid going to get because they breathe in math, English, social science, and school counseling. And we just did it at the same time. There's no way we're going to have 250 different lessons on our website. Here, pick the one you want, like a potpourri. So we had everybody get together in grade levels. They came up with the ones that were the ones to choose from, kind of like this, kind of like what's on the other page. And then all the counselors voted on which ones would be the non-negotiables. And they all agreed on 6 that everyone would do no matter what, and 4 more that they would do based on their data. And that was their plan. And so the superintendent could say, every single student receives this, and no one could say they didn't get it. Because it isn't about what the counselor wants to deliver, it's about what the students deserve to receive. So using data in this way, you can prioritize. Looking at data this way, you can see, okay, if everyone picks bullying, conflict resolution, and friendship and healthy choices, and all of those are picked for 6th grade, you as a professional school counselor might have to say, well, are we really okay waiting to 7th grade to do any career development? I mean, you might have to decide as the school counselors, we know, because we have master's degrees, that developmentally we need something in 6th grade for this. So think about how you want to construct this and use some data to drive your decision making so that it's not just you. Because if you work with your advisory teams, your parents, your community, your teacher, if you include your teachers in this conversation about which curriculum are we going to deliver, they're engaged, you're engaged, and they might just say, well, how come we can't have healthy choices? And you'd be like, well, if I wasn't split between 2 school sites, we might be able to have healthy choices. Right? And then as you collect the results and how it works, they go, wow, you're really good at what you do. Can you do some more of it? I'd love to. I'm actually hoping somebody will use those extra dollar funds we got in soft money for more school counseling. Because if they're advocating for you because they see what you do makes a difference, you see, that's what you want. You want your parents, your teachers, your faculty, your administrators, all knowing what you're doing. Include them in the conversation. Have them assist you with what you'll deliver. Then your job is to measure the outcome, show it's making a difference. And when they want more, you show them how that could be done. Because there are soft-funded programs. There is money. They just have to choose how to spend it. And they're going to get their value with their resource. And what's your value? Okay, I'm going to pause for a second. Feedback, thoughts, comments on curriculum before we move to intervention. Questions, concerns, curriculum questions? Yes?
When you guys did your curriculum and you guys broke it out, did you pick different topics? Like I'm trying to base on...
We looked at it through
like you have a career guidance, and I feel like we've done pretty good in our district with that.
Okay.
Or we have a good start with that scope and sequence. When you did the other topics, like how did you choose those topics?
Developmentally.
Developmentally.
Developmentally. And you know, if you're new and you're not really sure, you could put together a list of 8 things that you think developmentally are really important. One of the things that this school did right here is they put together all of these, and on back to school night, they had the parents indicate what grade level they were and had them prioritize what do you wish the school counselors would do. If nothing else, what do you want us to do? And it was fascinating because it was a high-end district, and the counselors were positive that this high school graduation requirements would be number 1. It was not. Guess what was number 1 for 6th graders? 1 and 2. Tied 1 and 2. Can you read those? It's on your page in your books. It's quite a lot.
Bullying and bystanders.
Number 1 was study organizational strategy. organizational strategy, and conflict resolution skills. How do they deal with conflict? Because parents and the study organizational skills for 6th graders. So that's what they went with. But they didn't have this come up high. Now, does that mean the counselors aren't going to do it? No, the counselors decided that that's something they want their students to know, and they went ahead and did it anyway. But they integrated in the parent perspective as the priority. Because they knew that, and then they asked the teachers what they thought. So using your data, and you want to begin with what you know to be true from the art and the science of a master's degree professional. Look up what developmentally appropriate. Bob Myrick has a ton of work he's done on developmental counseling. You can go online to a lot of Ask websites and look at a lot of other developmental curricula people are building and see what is developmentally appropriate for students at different age levels. And then from there, when it's too much, say, okay, now we're going to have to prioritize. But do yourself a favor. If you're doing study skills here, then I don't care if it comes up first here. Do you? Don't you think if you're doing it here, then here we need to pick something else? Because you missed something else up there, right? So you really have to decide, how do you scaffold the developmental lessons so that they build upon each other? And then the students are moving, they're getting the information, same school to same school, same school. Great question. Anyone else have a question on the curriculum piece before we move to an intervention? It either is or isn't what we do here. And I think that's your fundamental foundational question, because if you have to knock at the door and ask permission to do something like, hi, is it okay if just the kids in your class get their vision checked? Because, or we'll check for scoliosis and hearing in your class. Oh, you don't want me to interrupt? Okay, well, those new kids can be blind and deaf. It doesn't matter. We're just going to go to the next one. Only those kids. That would never happen. Why not? Why does the vision and hearing person get to see all the kids and nobody says anything? But you, with your master's degree in this work, wanting to show kids how to go to college, don't go into every class. Yes?
I had a similar issue last year, just because some teachers didn't really know why I would come in or whatever. And I created a schedule, so every Monday I would go in, but I offered them an extra prep. Yeah.
So you had to negotiate, really? Okay. So again, it's not core.
Right. Yeah.
So the fundamental flaw is it's not core. And do you guys have core up here? Common Core? Are you implementing Common Core?
Not every district is doing it.
Did you know there's a document that talks about the school counselor's role in Common Core?
Yes.
There's a school counselor's role in Common Core document. Where is it? There's a whole bunch of things on there. It's not in this one. I'm going to have to find the PowerPoint example. There's a whole bunch of them. Hold on here. I'm going to pull it out from something else. I'm going to do a little bit of it tomorrow, but that's all right. I'll do it today. The issues in Common Core are... This is the document here. Implementing state common, I'm going to talk about the keynote tomorrow, and I'll just do it very fast now. The first thing you have to do is educate your administrator about the counselor's role in Common Core. And I would suggest you download this and read this and know that this is your job. It says here that time has come for school counselors and leaders to take their civic economic and ensure students are college and career ready. That there's building leaders and counselors as a new set of expectations. And then not all students, all. See that word, all? Not just some students should have the pathway to college and career readiness. So, what do counselors need to do? It says right here, develop 6-year plans, develop college and career readiness plans, develop calendars, and push into the classroom. In fact, it says, where is it? Right here. Develop a calendar for when you will conduct lessons and push into the classroom. Develop college and career readiness lessons that are aligned with CCS college and career ready anchor standards and reinforce subject material. I mean, really? There you are. So the first thing we have to do is educate our administrators that the role of school counselor's job in college and career readiness is to support this learning. Secondly, So for us to get knowledgeable about it first, and then for us to educate our administrators about it, I think that's going to take making sure that throughout this conference today and tomorrow, you get what you need to go back with what you need to do that. And part of it is that we have school counselors, we can get in a whole conversation about what it feels like to be second-class citizens and, right, be scapegoated and, again, who's part of this? When I'm on the ground, I don't know where am I? Okay, no, I know, I was just thinking you can get my butt in the air, you know. Sure, you know that. You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. There you go. Okay, phew. Didn't stop. Alright, so I think it's time for us to decide, are we owners or renters of this work? And I think it's time for us to stop asking permission as though the principals are the keys to the kingdom and like we need daddy's or mommy's permission to do our job. I think I'm being bold and blunt here. I'm saying to you, if we are professional school counselors, this is our job. And if we don't own our job, they'll own it for us. And if we don't tell them what it is we're supposed to do, they're going to tell us what it is we're supposed to do. And I know that's a really hard conversation to have. So tomorrow I will also share with you that there are wonderful documents out there about how to build the counselor-principal relationship that you can begin to use. Because some of you have really been in places where you've never been empowered, supported, or encouraged to be at that level, to have that voice, and to even imagine you could. Like we just weren't prepped that way. Most school counselors were taught to be leaders, advocates, and change agents. I wasn't raised as a counselor to be. I went there, my principal, what am I supposed to do? They tell you. That's not what we are doing anymore, though. If we're going to make this work for kids, we have to be able to A, and be knowledgeable ourselves, and B, find a way to approach our principal with the confidence of saying, here's my ethical responsibility, here's my role, here's my competencies, here's the things I'm supposed to be doing, and wow, we gotta talk. Because I'm not doing it, and you're paying a lot of money for me to do something that's not my job. It clearly says in here that counting tests is a non-counselor responsibility. And I've been doing it, and that's not, I need to be doing this. And how we get to that point is something the whole profession is beginning to grapple with in a very serious way. How do we take a group of helpers, caring, kind, wonderful people who don't want anybody to be mad at them, and teach them how to have courageous, crucial conversations with their administrators about how they're going to position themselves differently than they ever have in their role in their school. That is new stuff. You're not, does it feel like new stuff? We were not raised to be that way. Yes?
So when you have those courageous few that take it on and then the assistant superintendent says, nope, stop playing and test.
So that's a problem because they do say that. I meet with a lot of superintendents that say that their biggest problem with counselors is that they whine too much. They do. They see counselors as their number one complainers in the district. They ask any administrator or superintendent, they'll say counselors are. That's true. It's because we haven't figured out how to be our own advocates, how to use data, how to stand on our ground, and how to speak in the way others speak. When you look around and think about the people who get things done in your school who are not considered complainers, what do they do differently? What do the people who are not considered complainers do that help them hold their ground? When's the last time the school psychologist was asked to count the test too? They don't mess with those people. They don't.
They don't ask permission, they just go.
What?
They don't ask permission, they just go.
Say it again.
Yes. They don't ask permission and then they just go.
Do you know that school psychologists are fundamentally prepared differently than you are in that way? Yes. Do you notice it? They get paid more. They have a strength in there. Do you know that 90% of them belong to their professional associations, state and national? People don't mess with them. They are a strong cohorted unit. Yes? So if we're going to be professionals and we're going to be treated professionally and we want to be treated as professionals, here's the hardest part, and you may not choose to come back after lunch, and I hope you do, and I don't want to offend you, but I got to tell you the truth. If we're not acting professionally, then they're not going to treat us like professionals. And if we're going to act like professionals, then we have to know, what do these say? What do I need to learn? What don't I know? And how do I begin to step up and do this? And maybe I do have a 2-year learning curve don't see us as owning our turf on this, they're going to own it for us. Because the machine of school has to run. And if somebody has to do the copying and the counting and the and the bus duty, somebody has to. And you're there, and you're nice, and you say yes. And so, why not you? You do, you say yes. And then you complain, because it's upsetting. It's not your job, right? But what would you do if a student came to you with those same things? Like, we give better advice to our students than we give ourselves around these things. We're not good at standing up for ourselves. We're not good at owning our turf. And part of it is we haven't done our work. And just like you would tell a student who complains about a teacher who's not treating them right, have they done what they needed to do? Have we done what we need to do? Right? I mean, let's be realistic. Part of it's a problem because they changed our whole role right in the middle of our profession. Okay, sorry. They changed it for teachers too, and the teachers are coming along. But let's be fair, they had a lot more PD than you had. Right? You had to go get your own and volunteer for it. I mean, really? So, okay, that was a lot. So, are you mad at me?
No, I think you're telling the truth, but it's something that you hadn't addressed, and the whole time I'm sitting here thinking, oh, that's great, you teach all those wonderful things. Now,
Yeah.
how do I get the class?
So, fundamentally, we have to change our way of thinking that it's not how do I and can I and am I allowed to. It's, this is my job. It's my responsibility. How do I plan to go back and have that initial conversation about saying, I realize I need to rethink what I'm doing here. Part of it means we have to
That would be like I'm whining.
Right.
And without costing.
What would you tell a student?
Because I also have the responsibility of the department, and I don't want to call someone their job this morning.
That's right. So how would you do that if it was a student coming to you in the same way? How do I approach my teacher so that X, Y, Z without lying? So we have to really think about how do we manage those conversations or tell others to manage those conversations. And I have my thoughtful answers, but I want you to sit with thinking about it first. Because I think we don't give ourselves our own advice. With our principals, I don't know that we give the same advice that we would give students about teachers that they feel aren't listening to them when they whine about their teachers and complain. You know what I mean? When students say, they never call me, they never this or that. Well, have you gone to them? Have you talked to them? Or were you complaining? Or were you being did you sit them down? Did you make an appointment? Did you show them what you did first? Did you explain to them what the problem? And you know how we prepare people and how to do that? Have we done that? Yes.
I get what you're saying. My issue is that because I tried to defend my position, was that I was A, not a team player, and B, that other duties as assigned. And that if the principal was willing to help out do kindergarten duty, why wasn't I willing to help out?
So that's a fair statement. I would say that if I was the principal, you should do fair share responsibility, absolutely. But when when it's no longer fair share and when you're the only person doing it, that's a difference.
Right.
Okay. If you think about a team, okay, I'm just gonna take up. You think about a team and a kid who doesn't get to play, they come to the counselor and complain because the coach never plays me. Coach doesn't play me. Why am I not a starter? A parent, anybody ever coach a team? Right? Don't ever parent wants their kid to play, right? And they complain to you. What do you tell the kid? What do you tell the kid? What do you tell the kid when the coach isn't starting the kid? Tell him to stand next to the coach. What else? What else? Work harder. Earn it. Don't you? Right? Earn it. Do you really think the coach is going to keep their starter on the bench because they don't like them? No. If that starter is going to help them win the game, they're in the game, even if they miss practice, actually. Usually. Right? So what have we done to earn our starting position? Are we a utility player, like the kid who's collecting the water and the balls at the end of the game and doing the statistician and everything else just because he wants to be part of the team so bad? Are we seen by the coach as a starter or a utility player? And what are we doing to make sure we're seen differently? Are we coming early, showing up time, working out a little bit more, demonstrating our skills to being a starter? This whole concept that they owe us a starting position doesn't exist because we're not required. Your role and function isn't in law. You don't have like the Sykes do a law that says you have to have, so you're going to earn it, right? So if we want to start and we want to be seen differently, We have to change the way they see us. Because if it's an external locus of control and we're expecting the administrator to change before we change, this is not going to happen. We've got to show them what we're doing is making a difference, show them the results. I would go to that one teacher, I would get some great results, I would do a pre-post on it, I would say to them, here's what's happening in this class where I went. I want to show you, these kids didn't know anything about this and now they know it, and they didn't know this before and now they know it. And then let them sit with that and go, by the way, 300 other kids don't know it. And you know what? I feel like I have an ethical responsibility here. I get that I don't interact with instructional learning time, but if we can all sit here and stomach the fact that 80% of our kids don't know the grad requirements or how to go to college, and when I spent 45 minutes, these kids do, and I can prove it, and now they went online and they're applying, just seems to me maybe we have a responsibility to figure out how to make that happen. But, so we either show them the data of what's working and leverage that for additional, or we keep asking to play. You know? So when you get the 5 minutes in the game as a substitute, you better score. And then you get 5 minutes, you score again. And pretty soon you get 10 minutes. And pretty soon you're getting more. Because they don't get it. They don't get it. They don't get that you can do this. So it's us that we have to show them. Because I know that you can make a difference. You make a difference in the life of every child you serve. It's just we haven't ever taken the time to measure it and show the outcomes of it, and we're not good at tuning our horn, and you're too darn polite about it, darn it. Stop being so polite about not tuning your horn when you make a difference. Like, you've got to sell what you do, too. You got to share your results. I don't want to brag. It's not bragging. It's about students, and it's about protecting your program. So I want you to pick that one lesson and do it really well, measure it, share results, and then, by the way, tell them, it turns out, unfortunately, no one else is going to learn this except these kids. What does every kid deserve to receive? Can we talk about that? And maybe not just that you're doing it all, but that they deserve to get it. Maybe you can't even do it all, but they deserve to get it. Shouldn't they know? All right, I got on my little horse, I'm sorry. Somebody had a question, I missed it. Yes?
Well, my question is kind of, so everything you're saying, it's just so validating. I love it. It's so helpful. I'm just, like, what keeps popping up in my head is, oh, I have 2 schools. How do I mean,
so I'll do what I did. Pick a grade level. Find a grade level that I went in and I said, which grade level makes you crazy? Which grade level keeps you up at night? Which one is you're losing your mind over? It was 3rd grade for both of my schools, thank God. And that made my life easier. And I went and got the 3rd grade data, and I just made a home in 3rd grade 1 day a week for both schools. I did curriculum, I did intervention, I did whatever it took. So 1 day a week at both schools, with 3rd grade had my undivided attention, whether I was doing curriculum or interventions or following attendance or whatever I was doing 3rd grade. Because that was what they needed. Now yours might be 5th grade. So then you pick 5th grade, you know? I don't know what your grade is, but I would do something super well there because 2 layers like this is nothing. You need a deeper dive to get some results and to show them. And plus it still gives you 3 days to do other stuff. But you have to admit that you cannot do a good job when you're just sprinkling stuff over. You can't. You walk away feeling like you've wasted your time. I mean, you just can't. You have to be able to feel like you've done something that's made a difference, or it's not worth it. They don't pay you enough. Okay, so you walk home feeling like craziness every day. Give me something I feel good about.
Yes.
So I'm going to show you this afternoon and tomorrow. Where do you get your data? We're going to talk about homework. We're going to talk about real work review. We're going to talk about attendance. We're going to talk about discipline. We're going to talk about where are you going to begin. Pick one thing and do it well. One thing. How many? One. Do curriculum, do an intervention. Do curriculum, do an intervention. Do curriculum, do an intervention. When that works and they go, dang, what you did for that? Yeah, and guess what? I could do all this too if we found another way to do this. But if you try to do everything, you lose your mind. And you have no data, and they'll just eliminate you because they're not eliminating anything but a clerical worker anyway. So why not eliminate that? They're cheaper than you. Sorry. Yes.
So you don't say, can I come in? You say, when can I come in? How would this go along with your lessons about teaching students to write essays and papers? Because we could fold this, we could work together.
It is. I think what counselors have gotten, what we've had to do because we're screwed. I said it. Is that because we're struggling so bad, we'll do whatever it takes. We wait till they're out on teacher training day. We wait until they, I don't know, call in for a personal day. We wait and say, are you my friend, can you help me? Like, really? We have marginalized professionals helping marginalized kids, and that's the problem. So our profession's marginalized. Until we figure that out and unmarginalize ourselves, that's our big issue. If you have to get your foot in the door somewhere just to get some data to show something, do it. But that shouldn't be how we do business. Yes, we should be smart and teach the right courses in the right content areas. That makes sense. But when we stand and kneel down and, can I please give me a cloud? I mean, really? It makes it sound like what we're doing matters so little we have to beg for it. It matters a huge amount. Our kids aren't graduating eligible. That matters. And you're right. Whatever you have to do to get in, do it. But once we get in, we've got to collect the data, show the difference, and leverage that for the next level. And so something like, how do you create the connection between these things is that curriculum. What curriculum guidance plans will be standards related, standards and competence related, and what intervention will you do because they're struggling, and where are your gaps, and what are your needs, and how will we address those equity access issues? Every kid because they breathe, not because you got lucky and they happen to be in the class that the teacher said you could come into. It's just not fair. We wouldn't only teach algebra to the kids and the teacher said you can teach algebra. Since when is what we do less important? So we have to own that piece. I think there's a mutual problem here that we have to own it, admit it. It's like a 12-step program, right? First we have to admit we have a problem, right? We have to own our space in it. As a profession, we have not done a good job here. We didn't prepare you well, we didn't train you well, we didn't support you well, you didn't get professional development well, your administrators were not trained at all. So yeah, there's a problem. But we can sit and complain until it gets better, or we can decide we're going to do something about it. And you came here, and you could have been at the back of your school. And you're here, so you're the leaders. You're the ones. You chose yourself. How do you like that? You're here, and you get to choose what you do when you leave. So when you come back, we're going to talk about how do we measure perception data. We're going to talk about pre-post tests. We're going to talk about interventions. We're going to talk about how to share results with faculty. Would that work for you? Oh, yeah. For later. Where'd you go? Is there any way to make the city louder? So I thought since we were talking about data, it might be fun to show a little video. Do you like videos after lunch? Yeah. I like videos after lunch. Okay, here's our after lunch video. Pick one you'd recognize that. So, moral of the story? Check your car first, and when it comes to data and accountability, I really hope we're taking a look at what do our students need before we decide what they need. So that when we spend our time doing our curriculum, we're actually getting the outcomes we see. Counselors spend an awful lot of time doing an awful lot of work that aren't getting any outcomes. And I don't think we have time for that. Your ratios are too high, the needs of the students are too great. So what I hope you're able to do is find a way to use your data to begin to not only design your plan, but also evaluate your plan. So let's take a look at a sample plan. This is an elementary plan. And it's in 5.1, which means it's in chapter 5. And so page 97. So let's pretend you're an elementary counselor. And one of the things you wanted to do was to decrease discipline in your school. It's one of your charges. And maybe improve your youth state behavior survey. So if we think about the previous slide where we talked about the process data leading to perception leading to outcome data, if you take that design, that conceptual model, and you put it into an action plan like this, you see, then you've basically taken your recipe and put it on paper, and now you can actually think through what your steps are in your plan. So here we have what grade level are we doing, 4th and 5th, anti-bullying, violence prevention lesson, which standards are we meeting, and now of course we're doing the academic mindsets, so we might want to add those as well. If you're looking at the academic mindsets, we have the behavior standards now, and you should have this probably on your table somewhere. So you could be looking at any of these social skills mindsets as they support the work. Then what curriculum are you going to use? And there's many curriculum out there. There's Steps to Respect, and Second Step, and many types of curriculum you can use. Boys Town has a wonderful curriculum. There's a lot of different types of curriculum. So once you decide what curriculum you're using, when do you plan to be implementing, who's going to receive it? In this sample, it'll be all 4th and 5th grade students in the school, and everyone receives the curriculum because it's been determined that this is a lesson everyone needs to know. And then the counselor will arrange it with each teacher. So in this particular circumstance, we ask the counselor, what attitudes, knowledge, and skills do you want the students to know? And so there's some samples here. Attitudes saying we believe calling names, believe that calling people names hurts them. How many people think that's okay? And creating pre-post lessons that align with things like believing it's okay to hit someone they hit you first, or role-playing conflict resolution. The important key is here that you want to measure what it is you want them to take away from the lesson as the most important part of the lesson. And it's very hard for you to create an action plan that's disconnected from your curriculum. When you think about it from a teacher perspective, you need to think about what are the knowledge, attitudes, and skills, what's the curriculum, and then what assessment tools. Now for pre-packaged curriculum, you'll look at the curriculum, you'll see what it is, and you can extract from it what the knowledge and skills are. But for some types of curriculum, like at the high school, if you're doing a presentation on grad requirements, well, you're going to have to think about the knowledge, attitudes, and skills, and then create the curriculum, and then create the assessment tool. So it really does matter whether or not you're using a prepackaged curriculum, or whether or not you're using one you're creating yourself. And that just depends on the kind of curriculum you're using. So this is one action plan, that's a sample. There's one on the next page I'd like to draw your attention to. That's about work skills and study habits for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students. So let's pretend for a moment that this is do you have any middle school counselors in the room? Great, this is you now. So is this ever an issue for you? Promotion retention issues? You may or may not have promotion retention as an issue, but in many states that's still an issue. That students have trouble with completing homework and study strategies and filling out a planner, things like that. Would that be a reasonable thing for a middle school counselor? Okay. So now why in the world would we want them to learn those things? We want them to learn them because we're hoping, as I go back here, we're hoping that the knowledge, attitudes, and skills we're teaching will improve something for the students in behavior change and then produce a desired outcome. So would somebody read for me on page 98, what is one of the knowledge areas that we would like the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students to learn as a result of this lesson? Would someone volunteer to say that? Just make sure we're all on the same page. Okay, where to seek help, and that's the third one down. Thank you. Could someone read a skill? Thank you. And then how about an attitude? Great, thank you. Now, in this particular situation, if we get all those attitude, knowledge, and skills together, now we want some behavior change. What behavior change are they looking for in this action plan? Right, so that homework completion rate improves. And then what would we want to have happen if homework improves? What outcome are we also looking to see? Higher grades, right. Do you see how it's taking the link? So if we went way back here, way back to here, that's what this is doing. You're taking so this action plan sample actually gets the who, what, when, where, how long, all of this process data here, you see? It's all put on the plan. So this thinking space becomes the action plan. You follow? And and I want to move on. I know it's right after lunch, so I'm going to be real patient. If people go, wait a minute, did that again? I don't know. Okay, then we get to this behavior change. In this particular circumstance, they picked homework completion, but they could have picked something else. There are other things we might want our students to do that are different in behavior. Can anyone think of any other types of behavior that students could perform that if they were teaching them these knowledge, skills, and attitudes that you might be able to measure as a behavioral change? For instance, if we're teaching them how to use a planner, might you be able to do some planner checks to see are students using a planner? And indeed, some of my students have done that before when they worked with a school where they were teaching this type of a lesson. They went in a week before the lesson, had students open up planners. They happened to have planners in that school. Had them open them up to a certain day and a certain location and say, okay, let's look and see if your planner is correct. They could walk around and see instantly, within a few minutes, how many students had a planner, A, had anything written down and wasn't the correct thing within just a few minutes. So that would be one other piece. If you came back a few weeks after the lesson and you had a spot check on planners again, more students are using planners. That would be one of the behavioral changes that would probably support homework completion. You can almost imagine a few little mini pieces of data points leading in that direction. Does that make sense? What's another thing that could be looked at in terms of behavior? What do we want students looking at this action plan here to do differently in addition to filling out their planner and doing homework? What is one of the skills they're teaching? Let's look at the attitudes. Believe homework matters, using study strategies, filling out a planner, knowing when to study, motion criteria, how to seek help tutoring, and identifying 3 study strategies. Can you see something there under knowledge that maybe there could be a measurement? Tutoring, yes. You could actually measure whether or not students are actually attending tutoring, right? And again, that would be another achievement-related data element that you could measure. Does that make sense? So it doesn't have to just be homework completion is what I'm trying to say. Thoughtfully think of, as you're working towards improving these things, if they really know how to organize, they really know how to do their planner, they really do understand that tutoring will help, maybe more of them will use their planner. Let me see. Maybe more of them will go to tutoring. Let's check. Maybe more of them will have a more organized backpack if that's part of your lesson. Wouldn't it be nice to have a backpack check occasionally to see how organized those are? All of these are the types of behaviors that would support homework completion, and then homework completion hopefully supporting improvement in the students' grades. So, does anyone have any question about how we took this conceptual diagram and linked it to an action plan as a sample? Is there any piece of this that you want to ask before I move on?
Some kids are resistant, you know, especially in their attitudes.
Yes.
What do you recommend for those kinds of kids?
Okay, so now what you're talking about is content of the lesson and what to do when it's not working. So can you write that down on the paper? Because I do actually want to answer that. So, because one of the things that I want, and this is hard for me to ask you to wait because I would so like to go down a half an hour conversation road there. But my first piece of requirement in the work we're doing today is to figure out whether or not you're conceptually understanding that the ideas that I'm teaching you about data land on top of an action plan in a way you understand how to build one, and then showing you how you might, after you successfully do your thing, because that is the next question, is what do you do when they don't, right? Hold it, don't lose it, please. We're going to make sure he gets to ask that again, right guys? Can get his team for that? Okay. Then what I want to take you to is, after we've implemented, and we have some results, how would you share those results with faculty? So what I wanted to do next was to say, you can show you some ways in which you can show results of programs. So now this is not about this particular lesson, this is about a different lesson. But you can see in this one, these pre-post test results show that in English they understood it much better, in math they understood it, but guess what, in lab science, gonna have to teach that again, because they maybe didn't learn enough credits they needed to graduate. So when we do the work and we teach the lessons and we do the curriculum, now we have to go back and measure whether or not students learn what we taught. So I'm going to switch now down into another space where I'm going to ask you to pretend that you're the faculty. And I'm going to, there it is right here, teach you about what I call a flashlight approach. The flashlight approach, I thought of, I think it was Curly Johnson who was with me when I thought of it. I have to give him credit for it. Curly is a great mentor and friend. The flashlight approach was really designed to help school counselors remember that you cannot measure everything you do to lose your mind. And there's so many things you do, but yet you need to measure something. Just like teachers do so much more than what shows up on one standardized test at the end of the year. Isn't that true? I mean, isn't it so frustrating for them that they teach a whole year long and there's a few questions on a test that measure their value? I mean, here at least in school counseling you can control this, because I would ask you to pick what it is you want to measure, which is kind of nice. So what I'd like you to do is to turn to reporting results via the flashlight approach on chapter number 11, page 239. And when I was creating the original design for a flashlight, the pieces that I wanted my students to learn was first the action plan. What is it you plan to do? And so, just like I shared with you just now, my action plan, so too did the students learn the action plan. Then after that, we would do a lesson plan. And I'm not going to take a moment right now to go into the lesson plan. Many of you know what a lesson plan would look like. It has the goal, objective, outcome, what standards are you meeting, and then it has the first you do this, then you do that, then you do this. And there's a sample in the book I'll take you through in a minute. Then what is your curriculum you're teaching? If you're not using prepackaged, you need a PowerPoint of some sort, right? Then you need a pre-post. Then are you addressing any standards? If so, please let people know you're addressing standards, because that's cool. Your state standards, your counseling standards. What is your results report? And then your results PowerPoint. So there are some very nice results reports, but they're very boring to look at. No one wants to see them. So I created what I call the flashlight, and this one's going to be super boring. It's in black and white. It's not fancy because there's a lot of fancy ones I can show you later. The purpose of showing you this one is to keep us focused on just only the content of the flashlight. Okay? So if you turn the page, a couple more pages, all the way to page 244. I'm going to have you pretend you're in faculty at this middle school where I have just implemented this curriculum. And I want you to sort of sit and listen to my presentation. I'm going to ask you at the end, what did you learn about the school counseling program that you didn't know before? Okay? So pretend you're your faculty. How much time do you normally get a faculty meeting anyway? Like half an hour? 5 minutes. If I said less than 10 minutes, would I get to do it? Okay, so time me. Who's timing me? Somebody? Great, okay. So, welcome faculty. Thank you so much for coming. I'm so excited to share with you some of the results of our school counseling program. Today we are going to share some results of our middle school lesson on promotion retention criteria. So just as you have standards for teaching in your core content areas, so too the school counselors have standards. And today's lesson is addressed towards academic standard A, acquiring the knowledge, attitudes, and skills that students need to contribute to effective learning in school and across the lifespan. So our goal is really to help with their self-concept and achieve school success. So what did we do and what did students receive? In the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, all of our students during October and November received in their language arts class 2 lessons per class on promotion retention criteria and a pre-post assessment. So specifically this criteria taught the students what does it take to promote and what are the reasons why some students might be retained. This is very important to us because we've had a new policy in our district and a great concern that additional students were retaining. We wanted students to understand the ways that they could avoid retention by getting help and assistance. We wanted them to learn how to calculate their GPA and how to use study strategies that lead to success, the importance of homework completion, and how their positive attitude can help them succeed. So why did we pick this as the one thing to measure? As you know, school counselors do many things in our school, but we wanted to measure this one because there seems to be a very big school-wide need to address these issues. In the last couple of years, our GPA is declining. It's gone from 2.6 to 2.4 to 2.2. And as you know, our policy in our district is a student who doesn't have a 2.0 is recommended for retention. And that has been an increasing problem in our district. Why did we want to teach homework strategies as a part of this work? Because research tells us that students who complete and turn in their homework do better in school. And when we asked teachers what was their greatest barrier to the grades and the greatest challenge they had with students getting a 2.0 or better, you as teachers shared with the counseling team that it really was homework completion. So we thought we should ask a student what they know. And it turned out in the beginning, and I remember that there was some resistance to our guidance curriculum at first, but when we did the pre-test and we learned that only 15% of students knew that the retention criteria, that's when we all agreed that it really wasn't okay that they didn't know. I mean, who was it that shouldn't know? So we went ahead and stayed in the classrooms. We taught the lesson until 98% of the students knew the criteria, and then we worked individually with the last few who did not. When it came to calculating a GPA, very few students could calculate a GPA. Only 22% knew how to do that. Now that's a big problem if they need a 2.0 to graduate. How do you know what needs to happen in order to get, or not to graduate, but to matriculate? And they didn't know about study strategies. And so we worked with them to improve that as well. Putting it in a chart and graph, it's easy to see the growth that we have for our students. And on that, we could just say, isn't that great? And the counseling team feels good about it, and we could move on, except for the fact that our goal is greater than that. What we wanted to know is if after these lessons, did it actually make a difference in homework completion rates? And we wanted them to believe that doing homework would matter as well. So we checked to see what their beliefs were. And when we looked at student beliefs, you can see that the strongly agree went up quite a bit, from 45 to 65. And then our shift here from strongly disagree ended up kind of heading over in this direction, which is kind of nice. You know, you might wonder what's the difference between strongly agree and agree, and I think it really is the difference between, you know, when you agree that maybe it's a good idea to work out, we work out. When we strongly agree, we might show up. Or when we agree that it's a good idea to be on time, we might sort of be on time. When we strongly agree, we might be more likely to be on time. We wanted our students to strongly agree that doing homework every day matters, not just sort of agree that it matters. The difference in identifying that bubble is actually the motivation to act. So we saw a nice shift in behavior, but this is the one that's got us very excited. We asked if there were teachers that would volunteer, and 5 of you volunteered to look at homework completion rates in your class. And as you can see, in every single class, we've had an increase in homework completion rates. In class 4, it was incredibly high, and we really want to thank the class 4 teacher because that teacher stayed in the class, was with us when we did the lesson, and afterwards continued to work with the students, teaching and reteaching the content we taught, and we're certain that it had a lot to do with their increase. So we're really excited about the improvement we have. All of this is important because we're trying to move forward with student achievement. We know that retention is not going to support our students' outcomes. So before the curriculum lessons, we had about a 2.2, 2.5 shift between trimester 1 and trimester 2 overall in the previous year. This year, it's gone from 2.1 to 2.4. This 0.3 improvement might seem like a little, but compared to the 0.05 the year before, it's a lot. Now, it doesn't mean we get credit for everything that happened. We know that our teachers are working on this too. The whole school's working on it. But at least we know we're headed in the right direction. So this little growth that we see here, it's not huge, but that can feel like a big step up for us in terms of moving forward. The other thing we know is that our students' attitude, knowledge, and skills has improved. And what we hope is that as we move this forward, our overall school GPA will continue to improve. And as that happens, more of our students will be successful. So in summary, students received valuable information about retention criteria. They gained the knowledge, attitudes, and skills they needed. The students appear to be contributing. The lessons appear to be supporting their success. We also know that we learned some lessons doing this. That we need to make sure not to schedule lessons on a minimum day because we didn't get through our lesson in one of our classes and had to go back. We also know that some of our questions need to be revised because students were asking questions in the middle of them, and that let us know that if they have to ask a question about our question, it's probably not a good question. So we're going to pilot it next time. And we're going to do a pre-test next time so we know exactly what they know and don't know, so that when we come into your classrooms, we're going to focus on just the criteria that they really don't understand and speed through a little quicker the part they already understand. Next time, particularly with GPA, we know we're going to have to work on that a little bit more. So now our next steps are we've queried the data and we've looked at the students that are in danger of failing. We are currently working in groups and meeting with small parents. And we'll report to you the impact of that, working in small groups with parents. We'll report to you the impact of that data. So I just want to thank our faculty and our staff, and particularly our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade teachers who were so supportive in the classroom. And we'd like to thank our principal for their support of the school counseling program. You know, it's not often we get a chance to share with you the results of what we're doing. There's so many other things we're working on as well. But we believe we're contributing in a meaningful way and supporting the academic achievement you're working so hard to get in your classrooms. And we look forward to sharing with you our results of our next intervention. Thank you. Done. How long? 7 minutes. That's awesome. Now it's time for Q&A. Okay, so now, pretend you're the faculty. Pretend you're the staff. And did you notice some of you were turning the pages as you went through? Did you see that I've actually given you this? And underneath here, I have in each one what would go on the slide and what you would say. It even says underneath here, like, hello, Mr. and Mrs. Principal, thank you for coming. So it's all there. Why am I giving it to you in nauseous detail? What do I want you to have? I want you to have a script. I want you to have hands-on. I don't want you to have to work too hard. Like, how does that go? She presented that PowerPoint. What's supposed to be in there? No. It's right here. It's just easy. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Right there, easy step. Now, pretend you're the faculty at your school. What did you learn about the school counseling program that you did not know before? That we have standards. What do you know? What else do you think that they learned that they didn't know before?
Lessons are about that you weren't just winging it.
We're not just winging it. We're actually thinking about what we're doing. We're actually thoughtfully recognizing that there are some political issues at stake here that we're all concerned about. And this is our role in supporting that in data improvement, right? Hey, what else did we learn that we didn't know before?
You got steps to go from here on. Plan of improvement.
I had a plan for improvement. And you know, it doesn't always work perfectly for me either. And we're going to have to figure out what we do next for those that didn't get it.
Counselors are thinking in terms of student achievement as well. That's not just reactive to.
It's not just reactive. We're actually thinking ahead on student achievement. Okay? Anything else?
Supporting what we're trying to do as teachers in the class.
Yes. Big message I once said. We support the work of teachers in the classroom. Look, school counselors are not working in mental health institutions. The outcomes for our student services we provide is not mental health. The outcomes are not mental health. There's a lot of students who aren't on a DSM who are perfectly healthy mentally, but they don't have a high school diploma. They don't have a plan. They don't have a post-secondary option. They don't have a career they're going to head into. But hey, mental health's great, you know. And there's an awful lot of people in prison that, you know, people say aren't all mentally disturbed. Just made some poor choices. I mean, being mentally healthy doesn't mean that you're going to graduate. It's a contributing factor. It's achievement-related data, but it's not achievement. And so how do we support achievement? It's the removing barriers to learning piece. So the intervention, which I'll show you in a second, we'll get to. Before that, I want you to see the steps that we went through with the flashlight. So going back to the flashlight, staying in your book, if you stay with me on page 240, I want you to know that all of this thinking that I put into the work, not only on the national model, but on the flashlight, came from reading a very important book by Weiss. It's a seminal document. It's the book on evaluation, and it's so good they haven't done a second edition. She takes people through the logic model of evaluation. I just want to take you through it because this is the thinking that drives everything in my textbook. Describing the program, providing the process data, the who, what, when, how. When you evaluate anything, whether it's an activity or a program, you want to know the who, what, when, well. So that's why we call that process data. It's the process of what it was done, the recipe for how you create what you create. Then you ask yourself, did I follow the original plan? Well, that's important to know. Because if you planned to go in one time and you ended up going in 3 times because you realized it wasn't enough time, then you want to say that in your evaluation because next time we should plan for 3 times instead of 1 time. Does that make sense? Then the next one school part improved? Do we have knowledge, attitudes, and skills? Did the participants do better than those that did not participate? Okay, so in this particular situation, I did not have a control group, but we certainly could have. It's just that in education, it's kind of hard to do that. I mean, how about we give one set of high school students a 4-year plan and the other ones you don't get a 4-year plan. Let's see how they do. That's not very nice. But what you could do is you could find 50 kids who have 2 or more Fs, you could offer them all an intervention and then compare those that choose to take it with those who choose not to. You could do that. Did the participants do better than those who didn't? Is the change in perception behavior due to the program activity? What's the plausibility? Now, that's a tough question to answer because we don't get to take credit for everything we do. But if you notice over time that students' attitudes are shifting, knowledge is improving, their skills are improving, and you're noticing many contributing factors like improving homework completion, improving lesson plan or completion, improving organizational skills, reports from teachers that students are doing homework better, and you're seeing grades improve. What's the plausibility? That's not proof, but it's correlation data that you say it appears to be contributing in a meaningful way. That's when I shared with you before lunch for some of you, maybe you can't do every grade level, but if you picked 3rd and 4th, and those are the ones you are really looking at, and you were really working hard in those areas, and you didn't do the same in 5th and 6th, and then over a year or 2, you're noticing some shifts that seem to be different there. Again, it's not proof, but if you take the reasonable person mentality, the reasonable person judgment, and by the way, aren't our school boards made up of people who are reasonable people? Right? You show them reasonable data, you hope reasonable. Your level of commitment to fidelity with your evaluation has to do with you are a master's degree student. Graduates. So what is reasonable, appropriate, with integrity that you can share? Don't take all the credit, but show, here's where we're headed, here's what looks to be happening, and let it speak for itself. Disaggregate your outcomes, and then look to see, are there any combinations of factors and services that are helping support this? Like maybe you had a teacher that said, you know what, my kids really don't get it. Would you come back in a few more times? And then you went back in 2 or 3 more times and did some additional lessons on backpack organization and desk organization. And then you notice those kids even doing better. This is the thinking that Weiss brings. And if you ask yourself these kinds of questions when you're doing your work, it can help guide your results report. Are there any unexpected events? Were there any limitations to your generalized ability? What do you think is going to happen in the future? Do you recommend anything? And by the way, are there any policies we got to change because we're realizing now that maybe they're not good ones? Like the fact that we retain kids with a 2.0? Like maybe that's a policy we should talk about? So this is her thinking. And what I did is then, if you look on page 241 at the bottom, I gave you very clear instructions about how I would create a 10-minute presentation. That you have a title slide, that you have a standard slide, a lesson or intervention, a relevant to research slide. And then, if you turn to the next page, a sampling of results from pre-post test, some achievement-related data. These instructions here turn out to be exactly what I did in my pre-post assessment. Does that make sense? In my PowerPoint that I shared with you. By following this sort of recipe, step by step, you can take an action plan, implement your curriculum, measure results, and share one thing that you're doing that makes a difference. I'm going to pause here and see if you have a question about that. I know you might have to take it back and read it, but does it make sense, this chapter, of what I'm trying to think? That's what I'm trying to help you see in the direction you're headed. Okay, before I move further, let me show you there's another example. If you have your book in front of you, can you go to page 289? Barbara Smith is a counselor at John Baker Elementary School. You'll notice on page 289, Barbara Smith has her action plan. Would someone please tell me what Barbara Smith plans to do? just tell me, just in a sentence, like what's her action plan about? We're on 289. Great. And what outcomes does she hope to have happen? Where's her results? What results is she looking for? Can you say it really loud?
Improved organizational skills and improved grades.
Yes, so what is she, what's the ultimate achievement for her that she's looking for? Yes, way down over at the right-hand side. Do you see it? Benchmark assessments. To get to benchmark assessments, what attitudes, knowledge, and skills? Can someone tell me what attitude they see?
Being organized and helping with grades.
Great. Okay, can someone tell me how she plans to collect achievement-related data? Where is her achievement-related data on here?
But the 2010, spring 2011 district benchmark assessment scores will be compared? Is that
Okay, that is achievement data. So
Okay.
achievement data is all the way over in achievement.
Okay.
Before achievement is achievement-related.
Student responsibility grades.
Student, what does that mean? Student responsibility grades. Do you know what that means?
I'm assuming it's a grade that teachers give on whether they're completing their homework.
It actually is. And in fact, if you were to turn to page, let's find the page in here. Back earlier in the book, there was a page, you might have noticed it already, in chapter 6. Got you going all the way through this book here, don't I? It is on page 136. On page 136, you've got a sample of work skill study habits on a report card. So Barbara's thinking in her action plan is, if I teach them the knowledge, attitudes, and skills to be organized, I can measure the beliefs, I can measure the knowledge, I can measure the skills. How do I measure whether or not they're using it? Well, it turns out in her district, they had work skill study habits on a report card. For her, the measurement became the teacher's marks on the report card in that area. Now, not all districts do that, do they? Do your districts do that? Do you have work skill study habits on your report cards at elementary or middle school? Elementary, social skills, study habits, you have that? That is a wonderful, wonderful way to do achievement-related data. She could have also done homework, couldn't she? But she looked at those marks, okay? So let's stay with Barbara. We're going to stay Barbara, 289. We're going to turn the page. Now what you have for Barbara is her lesson plan. And Barbara's got her academics, her materials, her goals, her objectives, and her activities. And she has 5 lessons she plans to teach in this area. If you turn the page in 292 and 293, she has her pre-test and her post-test. You see how I'm going through this flashlight? I showed you the action plan. I showed you the lesson plan. Here's the pre-post assessment. And then Barbara has some results reports. So now if you're on page 294, you can see that in 5th grade, Barbara's organizational study skills, can somebody tell me what percentage of increase she had in the number of students earning excellent grade and fulfills classwork responsibilities on her results? 42%. What was the percentage of increase in the number of students earning excellent and in homework responsibility? 80% improvement. And on her pre-post for attitude, from 59 to 69. Now, this is very nice to see on a report, but it's boring. Right? And so, Barbara put it into a flashlight approach. And now if you look at 96, 97, you have her sample. And this became her faculty presentation. She just picked this one thing to do, and she measured the results results for her faculty. She has what are the organizational skills, why am I teaching it, who got it, what were the needs, what were the standards, pre-post, and the results she had, an increase of students. She showed the results for students using this in their benchmarks. She talked about students being, since the lessons, 32% are more organized, 41% reported more regularly, they took their agenda home more regularly, 82% are writing assignments in their agenda, and her summary. Barbara's work here and sharing this with faculty was part of her contribution as Barbara received National Board of Professional Teaching Standards national certification, actually. And she used her school counseling work to become nationally board certified. Because why? Just like teachers, she was designing, implementing, evaluating, and improving her lesson. So these are two examples of how you would take an action plan and put it into a flashlight to show your faculty the difference you're making. So I'm going to pause here and give you a chance to talk at your table about if you were to pick one thing in curriculum that you wanted to teach, that you might be able to implement in one grade level, what might it be? And I want you to think about it for yourself, and then I want you to tell your neighbor so that everyone can say that everyone has one thing they've agreed to. So you got about 10 minutes to do it. I want you to think about just one area that you would like to consider.
And they can do, not just fly out to one school and back and forth, but if you can set it up with neighboring towns. They can sometimes do that.
So what's been so helpful in my challenges are training all class on students.
The purpose of to me was very
Because the reality of it is, friends are such a word of they can't tell us that. They can't look to the show because they don't always control the isolation. So the question becomes, what can we do in terms of
I know, but yeah, those roads things are such a good thing.
Well, it's a lot of the
So the team will do Okay, so I went around the tables and I had some thoughts. We had a table that was thinking about attendance. And as you're thinking about doing this work, I ask you to think about whether or not the issue, when you're looking at the three tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, whether or not for core curriculum, the issue is widespread enough that you now need to make it an all students event. So that when you're looking at the curriculum, let's go back here, what do all students need? What do some students need? And what do a few students need? So with attendance, it depends. If you're in a circumstance where you've got an 85 to 90, 92% attendance, do you want to interrupt instructional learning time when 85% of the students are there? Or is that a tier 2 intervention? On the other hand, if you're in a situation where, and I've worked in some schools in very rural places where you had a 50% attendance rate, now that's curriculum. Because the lesson doesn't just become what is important to attend. It becomes a my brother's keeper conversation. It becomes a conversation around attendance and the importance to care about our fellow students and the other students that are there, and how do we support healthy choices among our friends. And we talk about choices if your friend's choosing not to come to school because, do you have a role? It's like a bystander behavior lesson. Does that make sense? If you wouldn't bystand while someone was taking drugs maybe, or maybe, you know, what would you do if your friend was drinking and driving? What do you do if you have a friend who's choosing not to come to school? Do you have a responsibility to participate in that? Very different kind of attendance lesson. So think about your lessons in terms of all kids, some kids, or few kids. We were talking at the middle table for elementary about some of the pro-social behaviors that they would like to talk about for students. When you think about pro-social behaviors, how do you know if it's a curriculum or an How will you decide? Is this developmentally something they all need to know, or is this something that we want to have as an intervention? So the counselor at the table said, well, sometimes the teacher is the one that has the problem, not the students. And I wouldn't lie, that's probably true sometimes. You've got some teachers who are new, maybe, who haven't had a lot of experience, you've been in school a long time, and you could actually probably help out that teacher and that class. If you're noticing that on the report card, you've got half the class with ends and U's and work skills and study habits, maybe it's not an extracting the student out of the class situation. Maybe it's a teach a lesson in the class situation and the teacher stays. So that then everyone's learning and you're supporting that teacher, and that becomes an all situation. So thinking strategically about what is for all and what is for some and what is for few is an important conversation to have. Okay, what other things came up at your table in the back? Any comments or thought from your table around just thinking about the types of things you want to measure? Got white people. Would anyone like to share what they're thinking of that they might want to take a risk and measure something they'd like to try? That maybe they haven't measured before?
What we mentioned back here was engaging students who were not engaged. You know, again, looking at grades and so forth, and even beyond grades too.
So again, also a tier 2 type of intervention, and how do you do curriculum there? Okay. Anyone come up with an idea for a tier 1 curriculum that they would like to go back and implement? Something they'd like to try and collect results on?
Personal learning plan.
So you're saying personal learning plans. So how would that work? What grade level are you looking at?
Well, that's what we were talking about. How, you know, what specific pieces would be appropriate at which grade level, and how would that be implemented? How would we get teachers on board? You know, we were talking about maybe doing entrance inventory as a freshman or a sophomore, and then maybe doing the checklist. Doing all the checks.
Yep.
And keep building on those issues, but being continuous.
So in the text in the front, you'll see that they have a lot of scaffolded curriculum for each grade level. You're thinking about having different scaffolded ones for your high school, right? So in terms of an individual learning plan, the reason I was asking you is sometimes people think that they want to do those one-on-one with students. And I've been to high schools where counselors do want to do those one-on-one with students, and it takes a good hour and a half with each kid. It could be very efficient and very effective for you to consider doing a significant portion of the individual learning plan in the classroom with the students. To teach a large portion of it to all of them, to teach them samples, show them examples, and then review their individual one at the end. And when you think about interrupting instructional learning time, that's a lot less time than pulling them out one by one, by one, by one. And you talk to a teacher, they may be very willing to have you come in for 2 periods to get it over with. Then they have you pulling kids out for a month. So what's a more efficient and effective use of your time? What's an efficient and effective use of the student's time? So individual learning plan is a wonderful thing to do in a classroom. And then the students, you show samples, you show examples, you show them transcripts, how to read them, how to do 4-year plans. And then when registration comes, they have them, you review them, you look at them, you can give them feedback in a more one-on-one capacity. Very good efficient use of your time. Good example. Okay, so anybody else question or concern about curriculum, the core curriculum? We've talked about school-wide. We've talked about picking one of those to maybe measure and play a flashlight around. All lessons, picking one to measure. This one we could talk about tomorrow a little bit, it's about college enrollment. The next piece then would be to talk about, before we do that, let me share this with you. This is a very fun thing to share. I don't know if you have, or what your teachers have, in terms of ways to collect data. But this is a terrific way that one district is collecting data. They have Edusoft, it's a scannable. And let me see what page it is in your book, because I'd love you to take a look and see what it is. Let me find the right page. Knew that was going to happen. There it is, page 157. And this is using a program called OARS, O-A-R-S, OARS. And in the program for OARS, all the teachers do their benchmarks this way. I'm at page 157. Now let's pretend for a moment that you're teaching your curriculum and you want to measure the impact. The reason I ask you to do it a week in advance is because I want to know what they know and don't know. So look at this. This is a pretest. What do you notice when you look at this pretest? Which question do they have the greatest amount of knowledge in? Can someone tell me which number question was the greatest amount of knowledge? Number 7. Yeah, whatever that was. Now, it might be the number of credits it takes to graduate, right? So that tells you that 88% of the students already know that. So I would spend a little bit of time on that, but I wouldn't spend 15 minutes on that. But what don't they know? Looks like right here they don't know this, and they don't know that, whatever that is. And if I'm recalling this correctly, this had to do with the difference between some courses being high school graduation requirements, but they weren't college prep requirements, and the students thinking it was a college prep, but it really wasn't. Because it sounded like it was, but it's not a college prep requirement, and they did that one wrong. I think it was a lab science of some sort. Well, that means that they better really spend a little more time on that. By giving your pre-test in advance, you can get enough information to know that these students, for the most part, these questions were all about, I believe that graduating on time is important, I want to plan to go to college, I think it's important to know the college prep requirements. For the most part, the kids are on board. So it's not really an attitude issue. In this circumstance, the primary issues are knowledge and skills. These skills here were about calculating a GPA. It had to do with, can you find the course in the transcript that they need to retake in order to be college eligible? This type of thing. Which course is available in summer school, or what can you repeat for credit or not? By looking at the transcript, identify. If this is your pre-test and you have this data, this completely informs your lesson. And hopefully you'll give your lesson a week in advance, your pre-test a week in advance so that you can change your lesson. Because once you are able to see the data, you can change your lesson to accommodate what the students really need to know. And then you can drive home the responses. And that makes a huge amount of difference, yes?
Do you have like a specific plus or minus over for all the data that you've ever collected, especially when dealing with kids, for those that just love to mess with the questions and stuff?
You mean, do they lie?
Well, yeah, do you have like a typical, like I said, plus or minus on your data?
I just think kids pretty much lie at the same rate, no matter where they are. So there's probably, anything youth behavior risk survey has, the lie ratios, Here's the thing, they're all going to lie, but the question is what rate. They're not going to lie any more at your school than they are at your school, than they are at your school, than they are at your school. They're all going to just have a lie percentage.
Right.
I think what really helps lower it is when you say to them, look, this is really important for me to do my job. And in order for me to do my job, I need to know what you need to know. So you can encourage truthfulness, and you can encourage them to give you the right answer, but you can't force it.
Right, but if you're talking to faculty or parents later on about a student survey, they're going to want to know, what do they think? What do you think? Is it a 5% difference that could be plus or minus on the data?
I've never had anybody ask me that.
Really?
Never.
Oh my gosh.
No. Because we're asking students what their knowledge, access, belief is on something, and I don't know why they would or wouldn't just do their best to do it. The kids who aren't going to do it aren't going to do it no matter what anyway, and they're not going to, it's going to be the same skewed response in any direction. Does that make sense? And there's not going to be more kids in this one school who choose to lie on it than another. So when you're comparing your data over time, there may be a certain percentage, but I would say that the more important thing is what can you do to make sure they don't do it? Some people put a question at the bottom and say, how truthful were you on this? And then they have kids tell you if they were truthful or not. Some places have it where they can make your questions so that you have a positive attitude and then a negative and then a positive, so that if somebody just goes positive all the way down, they didn't read anything, you toss it. Does it make sense? So you can use, to me the issue is, can we use techniques to take that away? One real good way to get students to tell the truth and to be most honest about it is to use this type of a form and have a student data identifier on it so that you know which students know what. Now, the cool part of that is, in the post-test, then anybody who doesn't know it, you can actually go find them. You can bring them in your office, you can say, you know what, despite my best efforts of teaching you how many credits it takes to graduate, you still made that was a wrong answer, and I really want you to know what it is. So let's talk about it. And then what can happen? You can get 100% of your students that know it. Okay. If you have the ability to use a student identifier, the gift to your principal, to your superintendent, to your parents, and the students you serve is, you can say, 100% of our students know the definition of FAFSA. 100% of our students can accurately calculate a GPA. 100% of our students know how many credits it takes to graduate. How cool would it be to be able to say that? What if your curriculum was at the bottom and your tier 2 where any kids got any questions wrong and you pulled them in and made sure they got their questions right? Now, it may not matter on everything you teach, but on some things that are highly political, it might matter. That you can say 100% of our students know how to do this, this, or this. But the idea that you look at the data in advance and reframe your questions around your curriculum around it so that what you're teaching really is what they need to know is a technique I'd like you to consider as you move forward with this. Doing it on the same day is not going to get you the results you want because you're going to think you know what they know and you don't know what they know till you know what they know. So you really want to know in advance. You revise your question, give them the post-test, and then ask yourself, what can I live with? This is what teachers do all the time. If I get an 80% accuracy, can I move on? Right? If 50% of my students fail my math, do I move on or do I do it again? In the same way, counselors, if they fail enough of them and you're concerned, you might need to reteach your lesson. For us, you see, evaluating isn't just about what the students say, it's about us improving our teaching skills too. If for whatever reason they're not learning what we're teaching, we have to rethink that. So, unless there's more questions about curriculum, I want to move to intervention. And we'll move to that tier 2. So in tier 2, we really have to ask ourselves, what will we be addressing? Is it attendance? Is it behavior? Is it achievement? And how will we decide which students we serve? Is it random acts of who refers you? Or is it an intentional act using a data-driven mechanism? Is there a mousetrap approach we can use to make sure the right kids are getting intervention? What's our fishnet on this? So that when we go this direction, are the right pieces of data being collected? How do we collect the data? What data matters? What is the data that we want to look at? And how do we choose which students receive our intervention? There's lots of different ways you can look at designing data-driven interventions. And as you look at disaggregating the data, pull you back to 68. Sorry, I'm going to put you back on 37. I'm not 30. It's not 37. It's 3.7 and 65. Sorry, I get tired after. On page 65. So in elementary level, here's an example planning chart at an elementary level. Like, what outcomes do you want for discipline, for protective factors, for N's and U's, for test scores, for truancy rates? What kind of measures do you want to improve? There are a whole list here of different types of measurements. On the left-hand side at 3.4, you've got absences, discipline, report card, test-taking strategies, healthy kids surveys. If you look a few pages over, you've got targeted goals for interventions, 50% decrease in discipline, 30% decrease in N's and U's. Page 69, you can look at truancy rates. You can look at unexcused absences. Under activity 1, you've got ways to intervene for high school, intervene for students who aren't on target to graduate, who don't have course completion rates, who don't have the college knowledge. There's so many different ways you can look at what types of interventions you want to do. On page 70 and 71, there's some high school ones on the right-hand side. 20% on page 71, 20% reduction in 9th grade students academically at risk. 50% reduction in seniors not on target to graduate. Financial aid, 10% increase in percentage of students complete FAFSA. Increase in students eligible to apply to college. There's so many ways you can use data, you could probably lose your mind over it. What I want you to be thinking is strategically about, as you begin the work, because you haven't done it before, where do you want to begin the political important space? What do your board members care about? What do your principals care about? What are on their improvement sheets? They all have one, right? Because if you're over here thinking about this and no one else is paying attention to it, they're not going to pay attention to your results either. Let's get real clear. I mean, if their focus is all on 9th grade failure rate and you want to talk about tobacco use, unless everyone has seen the data to show that that's a big issue and they're worried about it, then it makes it look like you're once again over in your own silo on the South 40. I want you to think about an intervention that's connected actually to the students you serve and is one that resonates for the faculty that you're working with and for your principals. So as you think about your intervention pieces and you think about where you want to start, there are some, page 118. So I'd ask you to look at 118, if nowhere else. I mean, I'm just showing you there's lots of places to look at it, but on 118, these are the early warning indicators for middle school and for high school. According to the research from the National High School Center, these are the most important indicators of dropout and failure. So if you're not sure where to begin for middle and high school, I would take a look at these. At least they won't think you made them up. For elementary, I think I showed you some earlier, that you had all of the elementary one, attendance, discipline, ends and use, those are your main ones. Middle and high school, these are your ones, okay? So if your curriculum is done and now you're looking to intervene, I would strongly suggest you take a look at these as the beginning space. If you're thinking that there's not enough time to do them all, look at the survey on 119. You could even work with your faculty to say, you know, there's a lot of ways we could do interventions here. Can you rank order the ones that you think are the most? Where should the counselors start? Now, this is a very political survey to give because they're probably going to say, well, why can't you do them all? Right? Aren't they going to say, wait a minute, oh, yeah, we wish we could. We got X number to one counselor to student ratio. Here's our data. This is where your data supports you to say, look, we got 110 kids who qualified in my alphabet alone. Okay, I have to start somewhere. Look, an emergency room can't see 100 patients all at once. We need to triage. The heart attacks and the bones through the skin get seen before the splinters in the finger. It's just how it goes. When they recognize and you show them the data of the serious nature of the concerns, and you engage them in where do we begin, and everyone's on page, it advocates for the work you do and advocates to support more the work you do. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm going to take a breath. This is not any time you can raise your hand if you have a question. I'm moving on. Okay, so when you do find the kids, then it's time to survey them. Okay, I got you. I scooped you up. What's going on? Please don't provide a random method of intervention. Please use a data-driven method of intervention. Determine what the intervention is and whether or not it aligns with the student need. Oh, that one? That's right on page, I'll give it to you. It was right there on page 122. No problem. On 122, you've got right here at the bottom. These are the common reasons. Someone over here said they wanted to do attendance. You have a nice one of attendance on page 124. It says, many counselors work with students who are struggling to succeed in school. You're here today because you're not attending school. Listed below are some common reasons students say they're absent. Please check the boxes of all the reasons you're late or absent. There you go. This is a really great survey to give kids because then you collect the data and you share with your faculty. And you're able to share with your faculty, look, these are the things the student told us are their barriers to learning. We surveyed them, yes.
Quick question, do you have like PDFs or Word documents of these surveys?
Yes, in fact, they're online on my website underneath the appendix, and you can pull them down. Pardon me? Of course. Of course. Why would I charge you for that? That's ridiculous. Crazy town, yeah. You can go on the hatchresults.com website. You can look under appendix or additional appendix. If it's not there what you need, let me know, and I'll put it up on the website. Some you want not on the website, I'll put it on the website for you. No problem. I mean, look, we want the work done. That's what, part of the reason I wrote the book and I'm doing the trainings is to get it out there. Yeah. So, okay, so, you know, you have samples here, but this is an example of a school, one of my favorite stories. The teachers were saying that they didn't want the counselors taking kids out of class for small group because the issue wasn't the kids, the issue is the parents don't care. So the counselors made a survey, and look what they found out. So then they shared it with their faculty. And they said, look, our kids aren't saying that they don't have parental support. What they want is improved study skills. So we're going to pull them out and help them with their study skills because we have data that says that the students need it. I'm not making it up. I'm not just doing random acts. I want to do a group and hang out with my students and talk about feelings. No, I have looked at my data. I've disaggregated my 9th graders who are failing. I have surveyed them about what their barrier is. I did a checks and balance to make sure what they said is really what it is. And now I've structured a curriculum of 6 to 8 weeks of an intervention that's specifically targeted to their need. And then we're going to see if it's working. You see that? All that? That is the kind of master's degree professional work we need our counselors doing. That's the kind of work that gets you not counting tests. Because when you're doing that at a grade level and they want more of that, you're like, no more counting tests, then I'm doing this. Yes, ma'am.
Related to the group 6 to 8 weeks, do you have any, I'm sure you do, have thoughts about a group extending beyond 8 weeks for a targeted intervention?
Why?
I'm just curious.
I mean, just asking.
Because this has come up for me where parents have asked to continue a study skills group for a certain group of students.
Yeah.
So I know that you'd be spending more time with those students than other students, but
right.
I'm curious as to whether that would show, would it be advantageous or does it show that?
I think as a master's degree professional, you get to make a determination at the end of the first cycle. So in a perfect world, here's what I'd do. I'd teach all the curriculum first quarter. Then at the end of the first quarter, I'm looking to see who's struggling, who's got the ends and views. And I'm pulling those kids in the second quarter, and I'm running the small groups to target their identified need. Because you're split between 2 school sites, I do 2 grade levels, no more than that. 3rd and 4th, 2nd and 3rd, or something like that. No kindergarten, no first. It's too hard to get data on them. Just don't bother. So, okay, no, you can't get data. So you want to get data where you can get your data. So if you did your curriculum in 3rd and 4th on study skills, strategies, work kills, okay, then you're doing your intervention in groups. At the end of the second quarter, you're going to look and see how the student's doing. And hopefully you're doing progress monitoring with that teacher each week while they go back to class. You've got a nice little continuum line where you know this kid is a homework kid, he's not following directions, he's not organized. When they came to you, he was getting a U in it, and every week you're doing this little communication. Well, how's he doing this week? Right? Because what I'm doing and what your group is about that. Your whole group is work skills, study habits, organizational skills. Like you're teaching them, let's dump a backpack out and put it together. Let's sit here and do an assignment. You're hands-on. We're not talking about how you feel. Right. This is not a feelings group. Okay? No. We're not doing therapy in schools. We are teaching students the knowledge, attitudes, and skills they need to do the work they need to do where they're struggling. It's guidance curriculum in a small group. Right? As things come up that may be emotionally related, you are savvy enough to know the art and the science of counseling. And okay, I'm going to pull that kid and later talk about that little thing right there that you just mentioned that doesn't sound so good. Like, I don't know, every time I do this, something happens and you go, Sharon said that, now I got to CPS something, So, but you're teaching them the knowledge, attitudes, and skills they need to improve their student study skills. Now, towards the end of that, you might have out of 8 kids, 6 of them that are doing great, and you know that's going to be an S or an O now, and they're done. You might have 1 that, they're coming along, and you can see growth, and you know it's working, they just need more time, and you determine that. But who's the professional that makes that choice? You are. I don't get to tell my physical therapist I'd like to be in physical therapy every week, because my favorite part of physical therapy is when we're done, and I get a back rub. Or they put me in that hot tub, it feels so good. Like they're the expert and they tell me, you're done now, go. So when we are the professional controlling our clients, students, not clients, students, we determine how they get in and how they get out. You don't have to see people because they refer you. You don't have to be in a group because some parent wants it. You determine. Not everybody who wants physical therapy gets it. Right? Everybody who wants medicine gets it. You're a professional. You do your assessment. You meet with your students. You scoop them up. You're meeting with them and you're determining, based on their assessment data, like all the tests, this is what's the best instruction for this kid. I'm going to put them on that. When you're done, you're done. And you know what? After a couple of times, we're not moving over a lot more. That's SST, that's 504, that's the next level of something, because that's it. I am not a private therapist. Right. They don't pay me enough to do that an hour. Sorry, wasn't trained in that. Right? Is this helping? Are you feeling validated that you get to say no? Yeah. Who is the master's degree professional? You are. Who designs the curriculum and the interventions? You do. Who tells the teachers they can't refer anybody they want to because they feel like it, they didn't bring their pencil today and they just don't like that and you need to fix it? No. You're going to have a referral form now that says, on page 131, somebody's going to read this on 131. Under reminder, it says, students with. Read that out loud. It's really small, it'll be bigger next time. 131 under reason for referral. Reminder, students with, what does it say? Read it loud out there, my new friend in the middle of the question. Go for it.
Okay, students with chronic attendance, behavior, social skills, or work habits, concerns will be targeted for counseling interventions on a regular basis through data-driven methods. Please use this referral for students experiencing sudden or concerning changes in the above personal problems or family crisis.
Now, what does that mean fundamentally? That changes the whole way we think about what we do. No longer are you in an ER room, people are just walking in. Right? Yes. Instead, you are going to, if the teacher wants to refer a kid to work skill study habits, thank you. As soon as report cards come out and this goes up. How many times do you take a kid who's been referred to, a teacher has work skill study habits, you get the report card out, it says it's got an S or an O and everything's fine? Yeah. Really? Why'd you refer him to me? Why do you think they do that? Say that louder. Maybe. Maybe they don't want to tell the parent there's a problem. Whose job is it to tell the parent there's a problem first? Who should be telling the parent that the counselor is going to be intervening now? How could they do that best? During their elementary conferences they have, where they go over their report card, and when they get to the work skill study habits part, they say, and by the way, I just noticed, we have S's and U's, N's and U's in this area. So, because in our school we're data driven, the counselor will now be seeing your child. Right? Do you see how that's a whole different way of thinking? Or the principal knows that on the 5th offense on the playground, they're going to the counselor. Or the 3rd offense, or whatever the measurement is. Whatever this is, right there, that's when you see them. So it's not first time for some and 8th time for others because one teacher doesn't refer anybody and everybody refers, some other teacher refers their whole class. See, they don't get to tell you how to do your job. Can we say that again? We get to tell them how best we support them doing what they do, and we set up structures and mechanisms where which they get their students' needs met. But we have to create them and live by them. Your hand is up.
Do you have a referral form for middle school and high school students?
I do, actually.
Where can I find that on your appendix?
Yeah, I'll have to go figure out if it's up there or not. So if it's not up there, then this is what you'll have to do. If we can collect a list of all things you want up there and aren't up there, and you let me know, then I can make sure to get up there. It's just not up there yet because I'm so busy I forget sometimes to do that stuff. But there's a high school one, the middle school, and you can take this elementary one and tweak it. It's really easy to tweak. It's the same thing. There's no reason to change it. There really isn't. Take the bus off, put on something cooler. I mean, really, This one at the bottom is important. How big an issue is this? Triaging. Triage that. By the way, you're not seeing any kid, the teacher hasn't talked to the parent first unless it's a child abuse report or it's super embarrassing for the kid. Like they're in love with somebody and like the parent may not know that. I want you to change the way you do business. I want you to use a data-driven approach. I had one counselor, she was so funny. She said, I'm not getting any results for my interventions. I saw all the kids in the first 3 weeks who last year were having attendance issues and who had ended using report cards, and I started seeing them right away, and then when the report cards came, I didn't have a lot. I'm like, well, you blew it, because now you don't have any data to draw interventions from. Don't see them before the marking period. Because what data will you use? Prior to the marking period, curriculum in the classroom, teacher support, teacher ideas, come in and observe, give them ideas, give them samples, examples. Isn't that what they're supposed to do, is scaffold their interventions in the classroom first? Then first marking period, now you have data, hard data. Now what often happens in these interventions that's a real problem is, you got one teacher who gives a U for missing one homework assignment, and somebody else gives a U for, and gives an S for they've missed 10. So what does this bring up? It brings up the same things teachers are dealing with right now all across the nation. Common assessment, common grading standards, right? What percentage of our grade will be homework? What percentage will be test? What test are we giving? And teachers are doing this all the time. It's a perfect time for you to do a similar thing, to say, what will constitute a student getting an N or a U on work skill study habits? How will that be determined? You don't have to start with that. It is a problem that will lift up all by itself as soon as you start looking at data. So if we're doing interventions and you're using surveys, please consider the learning strategies, the metacognitive strategies, the self-regulated learning strategies, the goal setting, all of the things that support student perseverance, behaviors, and performance. These are the academic mindsets that ASCA has now adopted. These are the areas that support student learning and needs. And these are the areas that you can best support them. Now, if you don't have it on a report card, maybe you could be part of a conversation where you add that to a report card. I've worked with many districts where the counselors with a voice behind we need to have academic mindsets on the report card. And they made the changes, and it was great. So looking to see what they would be, this is a sample. These aren't perfect ones. Please know they're not perfect. These are just a sample. But this is a whole lesson. This is a whole lesson, right? These are lessons. This is your curriculum now in that area. Okay, I'm going to pause. So, if we open back up to guidance, intentional guidance action plans, and we are in the middle of our action plan chapters, now we would be doing let's try 104. Here so you can see. Let's try 104. So that would be an intervention action plan. Sample intentional guidance action plan for students with poor. Okay, so is this 5.6? Is that 104? 5.4. 5.4, I'll go back to it. There you go. There it is, okay. So, targeted group. Any 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders struggling with behavior concerns? So in this particular situation, the target group is based on the following data. Any 3rd, 4th, 5th grader with 3 or more discipline referrals. Why 3? They picked 3. I don't know why. You can pick 4. You can pick 5. I don't care what you pick. Pick something. Picked it based on your previous data. So you got to begin somewhere. So you pick a number. Then the intervention is about deciding what will we do with these kids. So in this particular circumstance, they said they're going to send a letter home to parents, let them know what they're doing, they're going to be in an intervention group. They're going to interview the student to ensure it's an appropriate intervention. That's always a good idea, right? Group about anger management, conflict resolution. Refer students who are not appropriate to alternative intervention, maybe a social worker if you have one. Contract with the students and have a reward system. There's an idea. Now these aren't perfect, these are just samples. But do you see how this is fundamentally different than the planned curriculum? The difference is there's a targeted group, it's a tier 2, right? They went through the door by virtue of what? 3 or more discipline referrals. That's how they got there. We're going to measure in this group their intervention. Remember, when you're teaching a group, in school counseling, when we run groups, it's not like the Bob Newhart kind of group. Right? We're teaching students the knowledge, actions, and skills they need to be successful students in schools. We're not doing incest groups. We're not doing these kind of groups where it's about suicide groups, and it's just not our responsibility. We are not appropriately trained to be doing therapy groups in schools. If you are, or they're asking you to, we need to talk about it. But our ethics are very clear. Our guidelines are very clear. We are not therapists. We're not trained to be therapists. And therapy is not what we should be doing in school. They're not legally covered, ethically covered. It's a mess. So don't do it. If you're worried about it, we can talk later, but if they're pressuring you to do it, I can show you where the ASCA position statements clearly say counselors are not to do long-term therapy in school. That's not our job. So, What do we want? We want to teach them what they couldn't learn in the large group. We need to teach them that skill in a small group, right? So that's what they do with math and language arts and everything else, is they teach them in a smaller environment the same types of things at their pace and listen and learn for what they need. So here's a sample of an intervention. And then we look for discipline referrals. The next one is attendance concerns. Anybody with third, fourth, 5 or more absences? There's another example. Maybe we want to do somebody with exhibiting poor study habits and ends and U's on the report card. That's a different example. There's several of them in there. Let's see. This one is... Yeah, this one has all of the observes playground rules, demonstrates self-control. This actually tells you all the areas that they could have seen them all. No, need careful work, homework, they're all listed there. Okay, here's one for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students in danger of failing. So now that brings us back to our middle school. Remember our middle school before that we were worried about students failing? We had curriculum. Now we're going to do intervention. Remember it said at the end we're going to do intervention for kids who are failing homework 3 or below? So here's the action plan for prevention. So this one's on page 1. This is 5.8. So if you want to mark 5.8 is the action plan that will now be the flashlight we'll go through in the back. Following. We're going to go back and do an intervention action flashlight to say, oh, this is how we do our intervention. So here's the action plan here. 6th, 7th, and 8th grade student danger of failing, 1.3 below in the first semester report card. Again, they're going to create multiple groups. Homework completion, they're going to use student success curriculum, 8 to 10 weeks, 45 minutes, alternating class. When I put together that PowerPoint presentation, it's going to have all this in it, isn't it? Right? Remember we talked about what goes in the PowerPoint? This is all your process data right here, right? Who, what, when, where, why, how, it's all right there. What am I going to measure? My perception data, my output data? There it is. So that's my intervention action plan. So, let's go find that. Someone want to tell me what page in the book that begins on in the back? We are in chapter 11 in the back. I believe it starts with 262. Tell me if I'm right. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Phew. Okay, so remember I came and did my faculty meeting with you a little earlier? And then I said to you at the end of the last one, what did I say? I said something like, we've queried the data on students in danger of failing. We're currently working with small groups. Remember that part? With small parents, we're working with small parents. So now it's several months later, and we've come back. Hi, faculty. Thanks for showing up again. School counseling is really excited to be sharing with you the results of our program. So, remember last time we talked about curriculum, and then we said we had some students who were in need, so now we're doing intervention. So, if you don't follow the book, what page are we on, guys? 262. Okay, so would someone read what it says I'm supposed to say there under the first one? Come on, someone with a big voice. Let's have some fun.
I'd like to thank Mr., Ms., Dr., Principal for validating the importance of the school council.
That's great. See, you don't have to think. You can just read it right off the cue card.
You don't need a master's degree for this.
You don't need a master's degree for this. Is data getting easier?
Yeah. Alright, where was I? Okay, let me just start over. I'd like to thank so-and-so for validating the importance of the school counseling program by inviting us to present the results of our interventions to you. As you will recall, we presented the results of our promotion and retention curriculum earlier this year. At that time, we shared our plan to provide intentional guidance intervention to students identified as needing more. We are here today to share these results.
Okay, so here you are. Who's timing me? Got my timing. I get no more than 10 minutes, right? Okay, now you're going to be my faculty this time. I might say, do you have any questions? You might have some. It's a challenge. Okay? All right, here we go. So faculty, welcome. Thank you. Let's move on. So what we did is we targeted our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students in danger of failing. How did we decide they were in danger of failing? We decided we would look at any student with a 1.3 or below on their first trimester report card. Why did we pick 1.3? Honestly, we did. I mean, I know that sounds like, really? You didn't have any more rationale than that? We sat down with our administrator, we looked at all the students on there. We could have gone with the kids who were like 1.3 to 2 and tried to pop them over, but we knew that you as teachers were working super hard on those students as well, and we wanted to make sure there was an extra intervention for those below 1.3. So that's why we picked them. We might pick something different next time, but this time this is what we picked. Why would we intervene? Because grade retention is the single most powerful predictor of school dropout. Our district has decided that we're going to retain students under 2.0. They put them through mandatory summer school, and they do retain some kids, and we got some who are coming and shaving and driving, and it's just getting bad. So we got to do something about it. And research says that kids from low socioeconomic families are twice as likely to drop out, and we have a strong need in this community to pay attention to the impact of our low socioeconomic factor students and the fact that more of them are dropping out, and it's a bigger problem for us if that happens, because they drop out at a greater rate than from average social class families, even when we control for other factors. So we know we have to do something to address this work. We also know from our national research on the front line that we have to have early warning systems and develop mechanisms that trigger the appropriate intervention. So this was our mechanism. It's the first time we've done it, and we used it this time. We would love to include any of you, by the way, in a conversation about next time if you have ideas for that. But for now, we picked this, and we know that by 9th grade, they'll predict with an 85% accuracy those who will not make it by attendance, behavior, and course failure. So those are all the rational reasons why we did it. We also want to connect with our standards, as we shared before. We have our standards, and we have our competencies. And here, our biggest focus is academic, self-concept, and achieving school success. So how many kids do we have? Well, it was a little scary to find out after we committed to doing this that we had 72, 94, and 64 students. That's a lot. There's a lot of students for us as school counselors to intervene with, but you can see the concern is that most of the students are struggling at 7th grade. So the first thing we did is we identified what areas that they feel they had a need for. And their greatest area of need was motivation, which we thought was very interesting, and study skills and tutoring. So for these students, we put some in tutoring. For the students with study skills, we had referred some as what was already happening, some small group interventions, and we focused on providing the study strategies groups and motivation together. So when we looked at our study strategies groups, 8 weeks, 1 class period a week on a rotating basis. We talked about attitude and success, using a planner, homework study strategies. A lot of these were the same kind of things we did in the classroom, but these students just needed more help. So, again, pre-post, this was fascinating for us. In terms of study strategies, most of our students, in terms of study strategies, the 6th graders had better study strategy knowledge than did our 8th graders. It seemed like the longer they're here, the less they knew about study strategies. That's something we ought to think about. And part of the challenge is that we do teach study strategies at 6th, but we don't teach it at 7th and 8th. So it could be that we need to be considering that in our curriculum. Also, in terms of belief, 6th graders tend to believe more in turning in homework. 8th graders didn't have this higher belief. Again, these are the students that are struggling. They didn't have the same level of belief. So maybe we need to be thinking about that. But what was interesting is that in 8th grade, they had better skills at using a planner. And we think that's partly because a lot of our elementary kids weren't using planners when they came. 6th grade was the first time they had them. And by 3 years using them, and with the supportive teachers supporting that, more kids are using a planner. But our goal was to increase that even more and more. So students getting the support they need from classwork and homework would report in better grades and a reduction in them qualifying. So what were our results? So 37% of the students improved GPA from trimester 1 to trimester 2. That was 64 of them. But what we're really excited about is that 57% of the targeted students are at 2.0 or better. Now remember, we started out with what GPA? 1.3. 52% of our 7th graders got a 2.0 or better, and 85% of our 8th graders had a 2.0 or better by the end of our lessons. Now our 8th grade counselor seems to think it's all about him. We actually think that there's a lot of motivation at 8th grade. There's a lot of pressure at 8th grade. We know that we have awards requirements, and we have the special trip to Disneyland, and a lot of pressure from teachers, and we even know some teachers who said, well, we've got to help them succeed because we don't want to teach them again next year. But 85% improvement in 8th grade is great. The other thing we noticed is that there were less. If you go back and look at the data, by the way, you'll see that I'm going to go way back to the beginning data. There were less kids in 8th grade. These were larger groups. So we're not sure if that's what made the difference, but we do know that 8th grade did better. The percentage of improvement in GPA from trimester 1 to trimester 2 and trimester 1 to trimester 3. Again, from 1 to 2, the immediate was not seen, but trimester 1 to trimester 3 was seen. So that's something that tells us that these kids needed more sustained support. In summary, by dividing the students into groups, specific needs, we were able to provide specific targeted intervention. More students required intervention than we really anticipated. Every student got something. Some students did improve better than others, but most students did improve overall. We know that moving forward, we're going to need to work on smaller groups. The greater the impact we saw with greater groups, we had greater impact. We need to disaggregate our data in advance to determine how many students we really can support. We really need to work better with teachers to learn early on which kids need that assistance and to begin to design these targeted interventions. We might need to ask for more support for people who might want to assist us with that because there's still not enough school counselors to do enough groups for all the students that need help. So if we're going to continue to have a large number of students getting this, it just means that we either have to get into the classrooms earlier, teach things earlier, teach more curriculum-wide. We're not sure yet. We need to engage you in that conversation. And we just want to thank you for all your support you're giving us and for the difference it's making, and thank our administration for their support. I think I went over 10 this time, but there you go. That's our intervention. Come on. Really? It wasn't even 7? Yeah. Good. Nice. Do. Okay. Questions? You're my faculty. Really hard to service large groups, but the best we could. And the results weren't as great, but they were large groups. You know, if we could keep it to 8, that'd be great. Some of our groups got up to 10, 12. Yes?
When do you do pullouts? Is it during my class?
We rotated pullouts. We tried, because our school was, and this was actually true, this is a fun thing, the school had it every day, it was a different period that was first period. Do you ever have a school that does that? Yeah. Like second period's first period, third period's first period. It really worked out great for counselors because we always did it at third period, but it was always a different period. So that's great. It's more work if we have to move and you stay put, so first period one day, second period the next, third period the next, because we don't want to take them out of the same classes. We absolutely don't want to do that. Next question. Yes?
What do you do for students who just lack motivation?
So those students need a different type of intervention. So that goes back to yours, and that goes back to theirs, and that's the next thing we'll talk about as soon as I finish these questions. Hold it, because that's what we're going to do. It's come up too many times not to talk about it. It's not on my data thing. It's not part of this, but we're going to do it. Anything else? Questions that your faculty might have had?
Do you plan to do that again?
Pardon me?
Do you plan to do that again, and what changes would you make?
Oh, yes. Huge amount of changes. Yes. So one of the changes we'd like to make is to talk to teachers about, for next year, starting the curriculum, whether or not there's enough kids having trouble in those grade levels to do curriculum at 7th and 8th grade on work skill study habits, and whether that just needs to be done because we're doing it in 6th but not in 7th and 8th. Do we really need to work more with our feeder schools about talking about planners for 6th graders come in? Subject areas about failure rates. Why are there so many more failures at 7th than there are at 6th and 8th? What's going on there? Where are they coming from? What are the issues? So that these conversations about the counselors are doing start other conversations. I had a different school that disaggregated the data and came up with that 70% of them were males. That started a whole other conversation about why are so many guys failing more than girls. So, these are, what I'm sharing with you today is like the basic, introduction. They're all black and white, they're not even fancy. I got lots of fancy ones we can collect and show you later. All kinds of fun, fun kind of data that looks prettier that we'll talk about later. But I'm showing you the boring ones first because I want you just to pay attention to just the thinking through of the line we're drawing from, the data to the thinking, why we're doing it, which students, what's the intervention, what's the outcome. Those are the basic pieces of this. Does that answer your question? Okay, another question, yes.
We do it kids that are new to the district.
Kids that are what?
New kids to the district. That you have certain things you teach in 6th, 7th, and 8th. Do
So that's a challenge. It's just what same thing that we would do for anybody else. It would be the same thing you would do for any student who is in any other math or science or social studies. They come in and they hit the ground running where they are. It's a challenge. Because if you have to, what you hope is that if they came from another school in your district, that the scaffolding to prepare them was the same. That developmentally, like I was sitting at this nice table in the middle of these ladies who are split between two sites, and I'm hoping when they go back and they're talking about doing some developmental curriculum, that whatever they agree to do will be the same, so that if a student transfers from one to the next, they won't be saying, well, I just had anger management last year, why am I going to get it again? And then they go transfer and the next year, now I get anger management again, but they've never had anything on, I don't know, bully prevention or cyberbullying, you know what I mean? So there should be a scaffolding thing just like teachers. If we don't all do multiplication at 3rd grade, then, you know, kids transfer and this school did it in 2nd and that one did it in 4th, you never learned multiplication tables. So we've got to have a scaffolded level of, but then when you do an assessment, you got to get the intervention going on where are they struggling? How are they struggling? How do you meet the need? So we're here to what, 4:30? Yeah, so you need a PLB?
Yeah.
Okay, what's a PLB stand for? You're all saying yes, you need one, but you don't even know what it is. It's a potty-only break. Potty-only break. Potty. Like number 1, we're out of there, we're coming back. We're not sitting in there about this scrolling through the email. I know how that goes. We're going to potty-only break, come back, we're going to do the last hour, we're going to talk about our motivation issues. I'm going to talk, and anything that I haven't covered today, if you're dying to know that you see in this text that I haven't covered, would you write it down for anybody who will watch it? What I'd like you to think about as you watch it, and we will talk about motivation after this piece. I'd like you to watch this and think about it from the baby squirrel perspective, from the big squirrel perspective, from your perspective as a learner of data, and from your student's perspective. There's just a lot of ways you can watch this. So it's about 4 minutes long.
You see it.
I love that story. So what did you notice that happened in the story? What happened first? Failure. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, they had to try different interventions.
Right. The first one didn't work. What did the baby squirrel do the first time they tried to intervene? Tried to run away. Does that ever happen to students? Try to intervene and try to help them, what do? They run away, right? Pardon me? They put up walls, they run away. This was like a big wall. How do you get up this wall? For some of the students you serve, coming to school every day is a wall to climb. Just getting there is a wall to climb. For some of the situations that they're in, it feels as hopeless as that little squirrel felt trying to get up that wall. He tried and tried, tried and tried. Probably tried harder than most adults try to do things. But then what did the big squirrel do?
Keep trying.
Go ahead. It was teaching and reteaching and reteaching. So let's take that into what we do with students. The teachers are trying to teach and reteach and teach and reteach, and sometimes it just doesn't work. So for a long time, everyone was standing on the outside and watching, weren't they? For a long time, they stood and videotaped teaching and reteaching, teaching and reteaching, and they watched as the teacher, the big squirrel, and the small squirrel were trying to support each other. In some ways, school counselors can be like that. We're sort of watching and we're aware, but it looks like they're trying to figure it out. At some point, though, what happened? They needed an intervention, right? So what did the first guy do with the backpack? What happened? It didn't work. Why didn't it work? It wasn't enough. But what did the little squirrel try anyway? Tried to get up. And what did the big squirrel do? Said, okay, we got help has arrived. It's not like the big squirrel said, oh look, the backpack's here, I'll take off. I'll see you later over and wherever we're going to meet, we'll get our nuts in the tree. He stuck with them and said, okay, let me help you. Let me show you how to do this. And was grateful to the backpack, right? Didn't say, oh, stupid backpack. They tried to use it. Still wasn't enough. Then what happened? Sandbags come along. What does the baby squirrel do when the sandbags come along? Ran away really far. And everybody could have said, forget it. I mean, really? We've tried. We've been trying for hours. This is it. You don't want the help? Forget it. I'm trying to help you. I put my sandbag up. You don't want it? I'll take my sandbag and go home. What did the big squirrel do? He went and got him. Big squirrel didn't stay on there and yell, hey look, there's a sandbag, get over here. Said, I gotta go get him. Why? How was baby squirrel, I guess, do they feel? Feeling, if there's feeling. How was the baby squirrel feeling? Scared of what? Failure, scared of humans, scared of big people, scared of things they don't understand. Did they feel confident? No success here. And they've been trying for hours. You know how those little paws must have looked? Because that little wall was like stucco-y, right? And he kept like scraping his paws down the stucco. And it's like, that little squirrel was still trying. Where does he get that from? Some of our students come to school every day just like that little squirrel. And sometimes the big squirrel can help and that's fine, but sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes they need a little backpack. Sometimes they need sandbags, and sometimes they need a big squirrel to go get them and bring them all the way back. But it took hours for this to happen. I love this lesson and I love this video because you can create some really great curriculum around this for kids. What is our role when we see someone struggling? How they can support each other. We can talk to our faculty. You can do this a faculty presentation and say, what is all of our roles in this? You know, how does the big squirrel feel? The teacher might say, I'm frustrated. I've been standing on this wall forever. I got 34 other squirrels over here waiting for the last one. And I'm standing here waiting, you know. But they didn't leave them. It's a beautiful story. How big is the brain of a squirrel? How big is the heart of a squirrel? And the behavior of those squirrels to support, not leave each other, to stay committed, and to accept help. If only we could do that as well. Isn't that cool? Other thoughts, feedback. What moved you about it? You finally get, and everybody stayed until they had success. What else? Determination, perseverance of a squirrel brain and a squirrel heart. I'm just trying to remind us, like, where did that come from? Yes?
I liked how the big squirrel, was kind of around and then not around and then around and then not around. I think that's really important. So I was kind of focused on the big squirrel.
There, watching, guiding, not over helping, but showing. Yep. Okay, what else?
The fact that somebody noticed these squirrels having these interactions with the wall. They weren't left in isolation.
Yep. They weren't left and they were left forever. I mean, what would have happened if everyone just left them? How long do you think that big squirrel and that little squirrel would have done that for? How many places are there in schools without people watching where teachers and kids are doing this every day? Right? What else? Somebody else had a hand one. Yes.
I think the mother squirrel, we're getting too deep here.
It's all right. It's important. I think there's a lot of lessons here.
Resiliency skills.
Resiliency.
She didn't rescue it. She let it figure it out.
Right.
How to do it.
Okay. Yes.
And I think part two, I think it was good that people let the little one try to do it on its own first before they put in the backpack and put in the sandbags, because if you don't get a baby or a child try it at least on their own first, you could end up hurting their...
Exactly. I mean, if the only thing they ever have is a dependency upon sandbags, then that little squirrel's never going to learn how to really jump higher. Yes, you had a comment.
Well, I was gonna have empathy for the baby squirrel.
Empathy.
I get how you feel, you know?
Right.
And I want to know what's on the other side of the wall.
So how does this translate into the work of using data in the profession of school counseling? Who do you resonate with right now from that movie? The scaffold yourself over the wall? Sandbag. One of the other exercises I've done with this is I've shown it to students and asked them, have you ever had an experience like the baby squirrel where you did this and you felt like scraping, and finally someone came along to help? Or you scraped, and finally you were able to do it on your own. Like, let's talk about previous experiences where you felt like you couldn't do it. When did you wait for others to help? You know, when did you go ask for help? When did you stay at it and figure it out? By getting students to resonate with the squirrel, the nice part about it is they can step outside of themselves and they can say, you know, this happened, I got help from somebody to do this, or I asked for help. You know, if baby squirrels could speak, and the next time they saw a wall, if they could go find a human and say, hi, would you mind giving me a sandbag? I could use one. How could we teach students how to use this video to help them scaffold their own learning? Because they have all been in a space where they've been equally frustrated as the squirrel has. And even though squirrels can't speak, students can. And if they can begin to recognize when someone gave them a backpack and it helped, someone gave them a sandbag and it helped, or when they stuck with it long enough where they did it on their own. If they can relive those experiences, and you can ask them, this is your question about what are you doing, they're not motivated, to figure out inside themselves, what did they have to do to get over the wall? So when I was an administrator at the high school, we had a whole group of about 18 seniors who were not going to graduate because they hadn't passed algebra. And algebra was a requirement. These students had taken algebra, they'd failed it, like, I can tell you how many times. And if you did fail a semester, they just put you back in algebra again, you know, so they'd had it like, I don't know, let's see, 2 semesters, freshman, sophomore, jets, 6 plus 2 summer schools, probably 7, 8 times. They hadn't passed algebra. This is going to be it. It's like April, and there's graduation, and not them. And every one of them was in the class because it was the only class they needed to graduate. So the teacher came to me about a week prior and said to me, I give up. I don't even know what to do. Like, I get 18 of them. She's like, if I give them grades that pass, I'm unethical. I feel illegal, immoral, unethical, like I need help. Okay, so she said, you know, can you come in and talk to them? You used to be a counselor before administrator. Can you think of something? Okay, let's go see what I can figure out. So I walked into the classroom and I didn't really have a plan. But sometimes as counselors you don't have a plan. You just have to pull it from the space. Just like today, I've been pulling stuff for your space that you needed, like this, which wasn't on the plan, but we're doing it. Because what we need, evidently. So I went in there and I sat down and I said, so have you ever had to do something hard that you didn't want to do that was really hard and you did it anyway? What was it? And I had them talking in little small groups. And one of them talked about how they wanted to drive. I was sharing this with the gentleman earlier. He wanted to drive and he failed his driver's license like 3 times and he wanted to drive. You know, so that was his example, and he finally passed it. And someone else like, well, I wanted to call up a girl or boy, I don't remember now what it was. And I was afraid because I didn't, you know, want to be rejected. And somebody else, I wanted to try out for a sports team, and I was afraid I wouldn't make it because I didn't make it freshman year or sophomore year. But then I did it again, and then I made the team. So they talked about these experiences where something was hard, but they stuck with it. They persevered like the squirrel, even though at the time I didn't have the squirrel video. Would have been great. And I had them think about what did it feel like when you felt like you were in the moment where I just assumed, you know, I'm afraid to do it because I might fail. But yet, what I want is so valuable to me that I'm willing to like jump off the diving board to get there. Does that make sense? Because whatever they did in that moment is what you have to harness. And you can't harness it for them. They can only harness it for themselves. So getting them to talk about how did it feel to not be picked for a team, how badly did you want to be on the team, super bad, you know, scale of 1 to 5, okay, how afraid were you of that? But it was hard, you risked rejection, but you did it anyway. Why? Because the value of doing it was greater than giving up. And in that moment, they made the decision to try one more time to pass the driver's test, or to call one more time to see if someone would go out with them, or maybe this time they finished the phone call because they hung up the first 5 times. Or maybe they tried out again for a team they wanted to be on. And I said to them, well, you have to want graduation bad enough or you will pass this class. And so then it was not nice probably, but I didn't know what else to do. So I brought in the graduation gowns. I put up on the screen the pictures of last year's graduation. I played pomp and circumstances. And I had them take out a piece of paper and write their parent a letter and said, your mom and dad, I've chosen not to graduate. Dear Aunt Mary, Uncle Sue, who's coming from out of town, I am choosing not to graduate. I choose not to try harder to do this. Because here was why I knew it wasn't an academic issue. That teacher had told the students, you can turn in your homework as many times as you want. And you will pass. You just have to do it and pass. You need a 61. You can take all of the tests you need in any increments you need to. You can take the test one question at a time if you want, she said. But you will pass it. Because her integrity was about she had to know they could do it. So she had like 10 versions of the test and 10 different questions. If you got it wrong, go back, study that again, now come back, take this question. And when they got it, they could go to the next one. Kind of like, what was that, SR, the reading thing, you know, used to go. You remember that? She had done, and they would blame it, it's too hard, she doesn't do, she'd done everything any teacher could ever do. They had to decide it was worth it to do it. All but one did. All but one graduated. And the other one went to summer school. And I actually don't know what happened because I left. But that conversation was about trying to have them, like they do with the miracle question and solution-focused counseling. Get in touch with your successes from the past. What did you garner? How did you harness? What was it you harnessed? And have them think about it, feel it, touch it, imagine it, relive it, capture it, and then own it. And if you're not going to graduate, then don't blame the teacher, don't blame the external locus control. Own it for yourself. I choose to graduate. I don't want to work any harder. I don't want to go with that girl. I don't want to play for the team. I don't want to drive. Fine. Then you can go out of the class. If you're going to stay in this class, we're going to graduate. And we're all on this together, and you're all going to help each other do it. And it's going to happen. So that's what I did, and I just pulled it out of my, whatever at the time. I'm going to be a little better again. Does that help you with your question about what to do with kids who are unmotivated? Kind of. Tell me what you need more of. What's missing for you? What's not there? What's lacking? What are you additionally challenged by?
What if they're okay with not graduating?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the kids.
Okay, so now if they're not okay with graduating, you get to have that conversation. That's why I'm sitting down, okay, so you don't want to graduate. So have you had the conversations about employability? Have you had the conversation about the reality ride? Have you taken them through what it costs? So you have a couple of problems here. One is deciding not to graduate doesn't begin senior year. So part of the problem is that they have developmentally decided not to graduate a long time ago. Great, you have time still, but somehow in their head they decided a long time ago they didn't need to do this, or you still have hope. Because what I'm hearing you say is what happens when they've lost hope and they no longer care. They don't show up anymore. They stop coming. Yeah, honestly. So if they're there, there's value. There's hope. It's sliver, but it's hope. Or they wouldn't be there. And I'd call them on it. Not to push them away, but there's a certain amount of reality therapy technique you can talk to them about. But the truth is, it's like Alcoholics Anonymous. You can't help people who don't want help. And the problem we have as school counselors is we want to help everybody. And the truth is you can't help everybody. Some people don't want help. And you know what? That doesn't feel good. And sometimes you've got to say to a student, I can't give 90% of my time to 10% of kids. I am here to give you an appropriate amount of time and resources. But there's going to be a time when your doctor's going to say to you, why do you keep coming to me when I've given you 5 medications and told you what to do and I find physical therapy and you didn't go, you don't take your meds. I mean, after a while, you know, you're fired as a patient. I can't help you if you don't help yourself. I mean, there has to be that level of conversation at some point, and hopefully that's not, hopefully we've scaffolded something earlier on in life that let them know that graduation was possible. Ask me more. Take me deeper. I'll take you to the next level. Go there if you want. The truth is you've got kids who just, they're 6 Fs, you know? How do you want to spend your time? And you're like, that sounds cruel and unusual. Well, you can't save every Starburst. They tell you that stuff, right? Okay, so one of my colleagues, Pat Martin, who's fabulous. Isn't that what it is, Starfish? Yeah. So Pat Martin tells a story about these counselors who are sitting by the side of the river for the first time ever having lunch, and these babies are floating in the water down the river, and the counselors just pull them out one at a time. And there's so many babies that like you can hardly keep up, right? And then pretty soon one of the counselors is missing, and they don't even know why or where they went. And pretty soon the babies stop coming down the river, and they stop and they finish their lunch. And down the road comes the counselor who was missing, whistling, and I'm like, where the heck were you? We're rescuing babies here and you're gone. And he said, well, I thought I'd try to figure out how they got in. So I went up the river and there's a preschool there. Who the heck builds a preschool next to a river? But they did. And there was a lock on the door and it was broken and the latch was broken. And you know what? The babies were just walking right out of the preschool. No one was noticing because there's no alarm. And then they don't know how to swim. So, you know, I decided, I think I'll teach them how to swim. I'm going to put up an alarm. I'm going to latch the door. And I'm going to lock the door. And I'm going to tell them, look, if you hear the alarm, catch the baby. And by the way, don't build another preschool next to a river. And then he came back. Now, you can either spend all your time rescuing babies that are drowning out of the river. You can get up there and figure out how they're getting in. Because you're putting your fingers in like the dam that's falling down all the time and your kids are needy. You got to figure out how to get up in front and build a scaffolded, engineered new dam that's going to hold the water in. And elementary, love you, starts with you. It starts at elementary. What you scaffold at that level builds the foundation of their self-confidence, their academic mindsets, their resiliency, their belief about who a counselor is and whether or not we should trust a counselor. Should I ask a counselor for help? Are they there to help me? Like, what we teach them in elementary and what we teach their parents in elementary is the future of dropout behavior. They don't drop out in high school. They drop out in elementary. And we've got to find them. And that's a big job for y'all. So we got to get you at one school. And the way we do that is we get you showing them how you make a difference. And then we lobby and leverage. Use your data, your evaluation, your program activity. You've got to stop doing what doesn't work and wasting time doing that stuff that doesn't work and spend time doing stuff that does. And you get to stand up on top of it and stand up on top of a chair and say, look, I have a master's degree. I have an elevated degree. Of me, more is expected. So counting tests and doing lunchroom duty is not a good use of a master's degree. Now, if I can't show you what is a better use of a master's degree, however, then I'm on the side of the administrator saying they may as well let you do that. Because unless you can show them what you do makes a difference, you may as well at least count the tests. Because at the end of the day, they got to be counted by somebody. And you say yes, and you can probably count. So, you know, let's have you do it. Yeah, I mean, like, really. They're going to pick the person who they think will say yes and that they trust to do the job. And that's our own disease, by the way. So we've got to use data to show what makes a difference, what works, what doesn't, and how do we improve. That's our work. That's our professional job. That's our professional responsibility. It's our ethical responsibility to belong to our state association and come to every training and everything they do. I mean, I have laser eye surgery, and I went to interview a couple of people to do it. I'm scared. I don't want somebody messing with my eyes. Like, what if I can't see, you know? See, I went into one place, and it didn't look very fancy to me. I didn't see any magazines about laser eye surgery sitting around there, and I didn't see anything on the wall. It looked like they'd been to a training recently, and, you know, the kind of person who's sort of chilling when I asked them, so what's the latest tool, and what's the latest device, and I just didn't feel like they were the expert, you know? I went to another one, and man, you walked in, and it was like state of the, like, it wasn't more expensive looking, it was more professional looking. There were certificates of the recent training they went to, and he was able to explain to me how he goes to a training every summer to make sure he calibrates his laser appropriately, and I don't know, all the stuff he told me made me feel super confident and secure that he knew what the heck he was doing. And then I did it, and it worked. And I'm just thinking, like, how do parents know that you're the expert? What professional message do we send? I saw a school counselor recently who had nothing in their office, not one thing. It was a completely empty office. I thought it looked like an interrogation room. It did. It looked like where they take people in and talk to them at a little table. It was terrible. It was October. I'm like, where's your stuff? How do they know who you are? Like, you know, nothing. I've been in counselor offices. There's no certificates on the wall. There's no regs. There's no professional school counselor. What do you want your parents to think about you when they come in? They're coming for help. Do you look like someone who has a master's degree? Do you send a message of, I'm a helpful person, and here's all my things I have to help you with? Here's my brochure. Here's my website. Here's my stuff. Like, how do we act professionally? And the thing is, we weren't trained well to do that. We weren't trained to have to market and do all that. This is new stuff for us. But I know your association wants to help you with it, and I'm here to help you with it. And if it's helpful to you, there's a lot of great ideas in Chapter 10 we didn't even get to yet about how do you be a professional school counselor, and that's Chapter 13 actually. And how do you use your time and your talent? How do you spend more? How do you make time? How do you set priorities? I really encourage you to read this, because there's a lot of stuff in here, ladies and gentlemen, that will help you protect you from people who don't understand your work. If they've got you signing 504s, that's not right. If they've got you signing IEPs, that's not right. It's a legal issue. It's a civil rights issue. Don't do it. If they've got you suspending kids, that's not legal. You don't have administrative credential. You can't do that stuff. If you're doing therapy, that's not right either. Like, what is your job? Position. So this is helpful in here, I hope. There's a lot of questions in the back that I asked about, you know, how do you organize your office? Like, let me find the page. I want to find the page. I want you guys to see this page. There's a lot of stuff here. Like, this is I should have this ready, but you know, I'm kind of random sometimes. There it is, 220. 220. I mean, read through 220 and it'll tell you a whole bunch about like what I would want if I came to visit your school. I would ask these questions. How do you share results? What data informs your practice? Where's your yearly calendar? Can I see what parent evening events do you do? What's your data? Where's your website? Like, this is what professional school counselors do. When my graduates leave my program, this is stuff that they're responsible to do. They have calendars, they have websites, they have a system in place. Now, if you haven't had one yet, don't go blaming any of the past on anything that doesn't help nothing, right? Today's the day. We didn't know before now. It's not your fault. Here we are. Now we move forward. But as we move forward, I would hold you accountable to say, now you know. And what can we do to scaffold you to the next level to support this? Because we need more of you. And it's not about you, by the way. It's about the students you serve. But they need more counselors. Like double, like triple. So you get to decide through the works of this group and other groups how you will help improve the profession of school counseling by showing others who make decisions about the profession what real professional school counselors do, so that then they will want more of them for kids. Because kids need more than they have. So our results are not just about what works and what doesn't, they're also about how do we promote systemic change. How do we take our data and say, you know, it's a problem when I got 80% of referrals from 2 classes and none over here. Like, that's a systems issue. How do we market our resources and policymakers and decision makers to show them when counselors are working, they get results? How do we get more funding? How do we get more legislation for that? How do we create requirements whereby you have administrators who actually learn what counselors do? Wouldn't that be a nice idea? Yeah. Wouldn't that make your life easier? Yeah. Let's teach them. Well, somebody might say, and I've had this happen to me, no, don't teach my principal. Because I want a year to catch up. This kind of stuff wasn't taught to me in my program, and I'm not ready to be held accountable to do stuff I wasn't trained in. I think that's a valid point. I think your professional association could do a really good job of asking all of you here, Where do you feel strong and where do you need support? If you have a professional association and you're paying dues to them, you get to ask them, what kind of professional development can you set up so that I can get the training I need in these areas? Because if they send out a survey and they ask you what you need, that should drive your professional development. It should support and create your next conference. If they send this out and you respond and you say, solution-focused counseling, catch talk about that, we don't want to get somebody who teaches it. Like, scaffold your learning. Because we don't want any knives on our eyeballs. I want lasers, and parents don't want counselors who don't know the cutting edge work either. Right? I know that's a graphic example. But our kids deserve it. I think our students deserve it. Oh, are we late? No, we got time. I'm going to talk. Taking a breath. Questions? How am I going? Am I over the line? Am I upsetting everybody? All right, thank you. Can we get a break? Can I get a beer and talk about it? You have a question, guys?
Yeah, my group's gonna help me more in this question.
Go for it.
We are, for as far as evaluations go, we just had a district counseling meeting to discuss that, and we have the opportunity right now to create our school counseling evaluation, like teacher evaluation.
Yes.
And so we've been asked to, the district would prefer that we use the Danielson model.
Okay.
But in discussion with our group, we thought that we could use a lot of the ASCA.
You could, but I think you can incorporate it.
And we can incorporate it.
You absolutely could, using the Danielson, couldn't you? There are other districts that have used Danielson and this together.
We don't want to. We don't want to.
Oh, well,
It got ugly after we started. We took all of these.
Yeah.
And threw them in the Danielson model. And then
I know that Danielson has worked with ASCA with other states that have created these. We need to do some research and find out where. Who's the state president? Can you send out something to all the state presidents and said, have any of you used Danielson and the ASCA?
Anchorage has.
There
So
you go.
we had a group that tied in ASCA. We can't use the 4 letters in our district, unfortunately, but we tied ASCA standards into some of our criteria.
But we don't have to use the Danielson.
Oh, see, we're required to use it.
Oh, you could. Okay.
So, okay, we're required.
Yeah.
So now we're stuck on, we don't have our rubric.
Well, there's some great ones. I mean, there's some really terrific ones. If you go online, Denver Public Schools has a fabulous one. I don't know if I can pull it up. I haven't been able to do. Whoa, I just took that way too far. Consider this is all in chapter 9. Calendars. You know, how do you make your calendars? Who gets to see your calendar? Are you showing them a calendar? Does your calendar look full? Because if it's not, I'll tell you right now, I've had principals come to me and say, I signed my counselor's testing because when I looked at their calendar, it was empty. So I figured they may as well do something. Well, if it's empty, what does it look like? You're available. So I fill my calendar. I would talk about master schedule building, although we're not going to do too much of that. We can do maybe tomorrow in the college and career one. But what is your role in master schedule, and is it appropriate? There's some support there. I've got some samples in here of results and how to collect them. I would just want to say to you, I think you're all better off not looking at results like this, but looking at them more like that. Just a suggestion. So let's talk about a logic model for success. This is a little complicated, but it's one of my favorite slides. And I spent a very long amount of time really thinking about this, and I want to walk you through it. So today I'm giving you a lot of mechanism stuff. Mechanisms like professional development, knowledge and attitudes and skills, competencies, ASCA model, protocols. I'm giving you a lot of training and resources. But we're not going to get any outcomes for your program or for the students you serve unless we manage not only your reasoning, which is your attitudes and skills yourself, your attitudes and beliefs yourself, but also the political, organizational, historical, economic, leadership, and staff buying context within which you live. When you go back to your district, if you're trying to take this training today and dump it down and expect things are going to change, it just won't happen that quickly. Now, you can do it for yourself in your school. But if we're looking at district systemic change, we're on page 318. Then you're going to have to talk as a unit. And I'm speaking to the people that have come here from districts who are together as teams. Start having conversation of politically. Where do we garner our political support? Organizational, what's our climate right now? Are we getting a new superintendent in a couple of months? Like, that will matter, you know? Where's your organizational space? Historical, what's the history here we need to be aware of? Because we need to acknowledge it, own it, and deal with it. What's our economic impact look like? Are we getting more funds? That matters. Are you losing funds? That matters. Do you have leadership buy-in? If not, why not? And how can you get some? And where can you talk about getting some? And staffing. What control, if any, do you have on staffing? And who's involved in conversations about hiring and evaluating and interviewing? All that really matters. You can get more jobs, but if they're reading the resumes, hiring the wrong people because they're asking the wrong questions and they're including the wrong people in the interviews, you're not any better off. You understand? The only way you're going to get better off is if the whole system changes around who do we recruit? What are we looking for them to do? What's their job description? Who's going to sit on the committee? I sat on a committee once. I'll never forget it. Gave me chills, where the principal said at the end of a beautiful, beautiful interview process, I want this one because she said she had experience in master schedule and my counselor's going to do that. So now everything else we've done didn't matter, you see? So who's interviewing? What are they looking for? Are they really looking for what today's school counselor is going to do? Are they looking for someone to do what that administrator wants? So now that once we knew that, though, then what did that mean? When that happened, I had to go back to my central office and have a conversation with my assistant soups about, we need to talk to our administrators about the role of today's school counselors, because our counselors were being trained great, our administrators weren't all, and that was a new one that had come in that had this other opinion about how things were done. So this context, it's kind of like this mechanism here, this training, this book, all this knowledge you're getting, it's like throwing seed on dry soil. If we don't have rototilled front yards, does this make sense? Like watering systems and, you know, irrigation and fertilizer, and we're not going to be ready for this, it's going to land and it won't give you the outcomes you want. And I don't want it to not succeed. So I want you to think politically and strategically during the next 5 or 6 minutes at your table about, so if you're going to go back and make some change, what are your potential barriers to success? What are your obstacles and challenges you have to overcome? Because it's super easy to just go back later and say, oh, well, you had this problem. No, I'm going to tell you right now you're going to have the problem, so now we're going to talk about what we're going to do to address it. So no more excuses. We're going to actually go and be ready. So what are some of the challenges that you as a team need to overcome, either with yourselves, with your own attitudes? Because it could be, this is all fine, this is fine, and it's your own team that's not on board. And you know what? We're our own worst enemy as school counselors. I can't tell you how many counselors have taken the whole counseling department because they chose to be hijackers of the whole movement forward. You know, they sat and smiled and said everything was great and walked out and threw it under the bus. So I want to give you a minute to think about it with your team, because I've got 4:05, which means we've got 25 minutes left, right? We're done at 4:30 was the thing. We've got to get our 7 hours this evening. So talk with your team. I'm going to come around, and I want you to talk about what are your challenges and what are your opportunities here. Moving forward, leaving today, what are your challenges, what are your opportunities, and what do you need to make this successful, what you're learning today? I'll give you 10 minutes. I really mean it. I'm happy just to sit and talk to you about the challenges you face in different ways of life. Because you have a lot of challenges and barriers. We got to face them. It's time to face them. A lot of you have stuff on your plate that's just a lot of stuff. And you know, the challenge we have now is you got to figure out how to get some of that stuff that's not good off your plate. Some of you are way out there in the rural and nowhere. But there are opportunities. What you have to do is begin to figure out, not that this is the best food in the world, but I heard that there's a great steakhouse, so I'm going there tonight. What's the name of the one I'm going to? Whatever it is, they said it's got the best steak, so I'm going to figure it out. It's time for us to figure out how to make a healthy balance in your life for the students you serve. Nothing gets done with this much. You won't finish that plate and you'll feel bad afterwards, yes? So this, you know, starts with a healthy balance. How do you begin the healthy balance? What stays in the plate, what goes, what gets added, it means you gotta be an owner, not a renter of it. It starts with really owning the work and saying, I am a professional school counselor with a master's degree, and I'm gonna own my job responsibility. I'm gonna know in advance what I should and shouldn't do, what my position statement says, what my ethics say, what my responsibilities are. I'm not gonna ask somebody else what I do. I know what I'm supposed to do. And then educating others and getting your cadre of professionals together and get strong. I feel like here, as we talked at the last table, you struggle because so many of you are rural, and it's the same thing I feel when I go to Nebraska and Iowa and other states that I visit. They feel like very Lone Ranger counselors out there on their own. You have got to find a way, even if it's online, on the internet, you have to get together to co-own this, not because otherwise you feel like you're way out by yourself, and you can acculturate into a dysfunctional system. And to stay connected with your colleagues is to maintain your professional identity. I get a lot of counselors in the middle of nowhere that says, well, I do incest groups and suicide groups because there's no one else that will do them. And so I asked, does the pediatrician perform brain surgery? Because there's no brain surgeon out there. They might. And look, if it's life or death, I hope they will. If it's life or death, I hope you will. But there's a difference between crisis response and ongoing systems of support that are outside of your training and credentialing. And you just got to know where those differences lie. So we've already talked about that. I don't know if it's going to take a miracle or not. Tomorrow I'm going to talk about miracles in school counseling, and I don't know if it's going to take a miracle for our profession to actually get where it needs to be for kids. But I think it's a miracle that you're here. I think it's a miracle you've taken this time. I'm excited about where we're headed, and I know that we've got pilots, passengers, prisoners, and our field, and unfortunately we also have hijackers. And I hope that you can stay focused on the forward movement. And maybe you don't have to lead it all the time. Sometimes you can sit in the cockpit. Sometimes you can, I don't know, take the aisle seat. But just stay on the plane in the right direction, because our students deserve that. It's what they need. We'll talk about transforming school culture later. I've got a lot more I'd love to share with you, but I've got a big thing tomorrow I'm going to do with the keynote around miracles. I'm just giving you a little taste of that. I can't wait to talk to you about the White House convening work and what we're doing nationally to support school counseling. In fact, I'm going to be meeting next week with Arnie Duncan and John King, who's the brand new U.S. Secretary of Education. And by the way, John King's mother is a former school counselor, so that's not a bad thing. So we're going to meet with Arnie and talk to him about how will he support us. So as we're moving in the right direction tonight, as you think about this tonight, I hope that you'll think about your why. I'm going to sneak through here and get back to her. And I may show her again tomorrow because she's my why. This is why it matters, because that little girl went to school happy, that little girl wanted to learn, and that little girl needed a school counselor. And my current why is that my granddaughter, who's 1.5 years, will need a school counselor. And I want my granddaughter's granddaughter to have a school counselor. My why that I do this is because all kids deserve a school counselor. And I'm just not giving up until we have it. And so the more we can do to support forward movement, the more we can do to take those moments where you think about, I had 1,300 kids, what do I do? If you're stuck with your problem, solution focus it. Figure out what you can do to move that forward and make your miracle. So I hope that this has been helpful for you today. I've got a lot more to share with you tomorrow, but I'm being told I need to stop because I need 10 minutes to fill out our